Good morning and welcome to Breakfast Daily. And that was the Ekwan24 band giving us some music there. We have to cross over to Kumasi at this moment. The show will continue shortly, but we're breaking in to cross over to Kumasi because there is some breaking news. There's a fire that's broken out in Adum and it's spreading quite rapidly and it's looking quite menacing. And we're crossing over to Hafiz Tijani, Ashanti regional correspondent, to bring us an update of what is happening there. Hafiz, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, David.
Yes, Hafiz, what can you report from the fire situation that's happening?
So the fire is still raging. This is the central business district of the Kumasi metropolis, Adum to be precise. And we understand the fire started from one of the buildings here. Where we understand some electrical gadgets are sold, and it has been spreading to the container shops you see behind that particular building, and it is getting into the other building here. And because of the combustibles that are in the container shops or the makeshift structures that have been put by some individuals here, the fire is been ignited. And from where I stand, you could hear explosions and blast because there are gas cylinders inside the area where the fire is currently burning. Fire officers are having a hectic time trying to control this incident because access is a major issue. They are not getting access to the place. We have about 6 fire tenders that have come so far from different fire stations within the Kumasi metropolis and parts of the Ashanti region. And that is what you find when you come here. People who are coming in, hearing the fire for the first time and their shops are closed, they are now going to salvage their wares. As you can see, this is where you have second-hand clothing that are sold here, and we have other shops where we have seamstresses and other people, dressmakers who work here, and we have people who do some kind of cosmetic shops here around the makeshift structures here. We have people who also repair watches and all that. So people who have stored or saved their goods and wares at these makeshift structures are coming in and taking them, salvaging them from the place so that it will not be caught. So you see in the pictures, you are seeing people trying to salvage their wares, trying to evacuate them to another location. A lot of people who are victims of this fire are looking so helpless. They cannot do anything about the fire. The fire officers themselves are having a hectic time, like I said, trying to access some key points to be able to bring the situation under control. But the fire is still raging. People are here, onlookers, bystanders, and passers-by, trying to console with the victims. But you see some of them looking so devastated, cannot hold back their tears because they can't just imagine seeing all their investment going down. So that is what you find here at the Central Business District, Adum. So the fire is raging. For now, we don't know the cause of the fire, but we understand it started from one of the shops. And because of the combustibles, you find gas cylinders. People also live here, so they have, or even shop owners who also have their gas cylinders at this particular makeshift structures where they cook and all that. They are not able to take anything from the incident scene where the fire is still raging. So fire officers are still managing to douse the flames. They are bringing in more fire tenders, trying to find access routes. And because of the nature of this area, you find out that the containers, the makeshift structures have been blocked. They have blocked all the access routes. They have blocked all the access routes, and you are not finding any space for the fire officers to be able to access the exact point where the fire is still spreading. So now it's engulfing the other building, and people are being brave, going to their shops. Some of them are breaking into the shop because some shop owners are not there and they can't have the keys to some of these shops. So they are trying to break in to evacuate all the wares from the place and keep it at a safe place. But that is what you find here when you come here. It's devastating for people who are having their wares affected. So this particular area is a very popular area because it's a major trading hub where you have a number of people trading in different items and also engaging in different trading activities. And this is where you have the Hello FM, the popular Hello FM building. It's just close to where the fire is raging, and there are fears it could spread to that building too. But the challenge is that access for the fire officers to be able to get to the point where the fire is raging. And because we have the makeshift structures, we have wooden structures as well as the metal containers and the kind of combustibles that are in the structures, it's very difficult, and it's making the fire spread so fast and getting into other structures and getting into another building. So that is the major building there you see where a number of shops is a two-story building. A number of shops have been occupied there, and the fire has engulfed that building also, and it's not an easy sight to see, David.
Yeah. So Hafiz, the question that comes to mind is the fire tenders. You mentioned there are 6 of them that are on the ground at the moment. How far apart are the fire stations from from Adum, and is there a possibility of calling in more fire tenders, considering the size of this inferno that we are looking at? And then would that even impact much, if you're putting into context the accessibility? Because if you bring the fire tenders, the question is that will they even have access to to deal with the fire?
So the closest fire station is the Casualty. Because of the nature of the market,
yes,
there was a fire station designated for that, a specialized fire station.
Yes.
That is the closest. And then you have the Menshia fire station, you have the KMA fire station, and you have the Konfanoti fire station.
Okay.
So this is a coordinated effort by the Ghana National Fire Service trying to bring all the fire stations on board.
Okay.
So we have personnel from all these fire stations coming together. But like I said, even the fire tenders are here. The major issue for the fire officers is access, where some of the fire tenders will be positioned a very strategic location to be positioned so they can douse this inferno, this raging inferno. And David, this is getting more serious because more structures have been engulfed and more buildings have been engulfed. And because of the nature of the place, it's a kind of congested area where even walking through on a normal day is very difficult for the trader or people who are coming to have their services, have some services here. So you see what some people are doing, trying to open up this area and bring some wares. Everyone is each one for himself, like I would say, or I would say better put, each one for himself. People are trying to salvage their wares from their shops, their various shops, so that the fire doesn't reach there. But the access is a major situation or a major challenge for fire officers here. So you have the Menshia fire coming in, the Konfanoti fire station coming in, the personnel coming in with fire tenders, the KJTF fire coming in, the KMA fire coming in, the regional fire command coming in, and the kind of coordinated efforts trying to bring down this inferno. But a big challenge for them is how to access the major point where the fire is raging. And there are fears if there's no access by the fire officers. We're expecting a big disaster today, because people are just looking on, seeing their property just go down, and they are not having anything to do about it, and they cannot do anything about it. There is a thick smoke that is billowing in the air. You stand from afar, areas like from stadium to Adum, you can see this thick smoke that is covering the sky, and that is telling you, while at the office, our office at Asqua, you could see this thick smoke billowing from the area, and one couldn't imagine where the smoke was coming from until we made our checks to find out it was this fire that continues to devastate properties of individuals, traders here at the Central Business District. And because of the busy and congested nature of this place, you find a number of trading activities here. People are not able to salvage. Some of them are not able to salvage some of their wares. Others who are lucky have been able to salvage their wares. As you can see in pictures, people have brought in vehicles trying to evacuate these wares to a very safe location, so the fire does not extend to their shops or the warehouses where they have kept this wares. So fire officers still making efforts. Onlookers also here giving all sort of commentaries. Passers-by also standing by, others using their phones to take some pictures. The bystander effect is reigning in here. And for those whose shops have not been engulfed or whose shops are close to the fire, the building currently that it's been engulfed, other adjoining shops are trying, owners of adjoining shops are trying to salvage their wares. That is the effort now, or that is the focus now for them, to be able to salvage their wares, evacuate them to a very safe location, while fire officers also make efforts to try and control the situation. But the major concern has been the access, because of the congested nature of this area. So we have police officers who have also been deployed here to maintain order, while assisting also fire officers to help them do their work, David. So there are fears also that this is just going to be spreading through the shops because of the nature of this area, due to the congested nature of this area. People are raising concern about access, and this has always been a concern. Whenever there's fire at the central market, the Kumasi Central Market, the fire officers would always complain about access, calling on the city authorities to try and then demarcate the market area very well, so that in times like this, an emergency of this sort happening, fire officers and other emergency services are able to come in and at least work out to control the situation, to save property. So that building also is going down, from one building to makeshift structures to container shops to another major building. One of the buildings in the Central Business District that houses a number of artisans, a number of traders who are partaking or participating in different activities here at the Central Business District. This is the
so
situation you are seeing, Dave.
Yeah, so some people who are watching now, like ourselves, are looking at the visuals, and we are wondering I know the fire men and the fire tenders are on site, but we can't see them in our visuals. Where would, if you can sort of paint a picture for us, where would they be located at this point? Considering that we can't see them in our visuals.
Okay, so this fire is happening from the end of the KJTR area to coming into the Hello FM building area. So the fire tenders are located at that side of the KJTR runabout, trying to get to the other points to douse the flame. But the fire is now inching close to the Hello FM building and is coming towards the footbridge at Adum. That is where you have this congested area, these structures. That's where you find these structures. But the challenge for the fire officers is that because of the number of the fire tenders that have come in, other fire tenders could have used this route from where we are standing, where the camera is currently showing the videos of the raging fire. Other fire tenders could have come to this side of the incident scene to also douse the flame to prevent it from spreading to other shops. But because the concentration is at the other side of the incident scene, that is why you are not getting, or that is why the fire keeps spreading to the other areas. But if there was a fire, if there was a fire tender, or if some of the fire tenders were also here, they could stop the fire from spreading further to the other facilities or the other structures. But now the focus is at the other end, where the fire officers can only have access to kind of control the inferno. David.
All right. Thank you very much, Hafiz, for this update. Very important update that you've brought us. And we will be joining you later on as you have more further developments. We do wish all the best for the team that is on the ground, the fire tenders, the firemen that are there. And we hope that this fire is brought brought down completely as quickly as possible, and to save properties as well as lives as well. Thank you very much, Hafiz, for that update there. And so we're speaking with our correspondent and colleague, Hafiz Tijani, in Kumasi, and as he brought us that update there, it's a very challenging situation. If you happen to live in Kumasi, you will understand the terrain. If you happen to have lived in Kumasi before, understand the space, you know exactly what we're talking about here. It's a very, very tough space for vehicles to maneuver in. Regular vehicles, much less the size of fire tenders trying to go through in a situation like this, with they need to get as close to the fire as possible to really hit the origins of the fire. You know, the nature of fire fighting is quite tough, you know, so we wish them all the best, you know, in this situation. And we'll bring you further updates as we do this. But welcome to Breakfast Daily once again. My name is David Kwekusechi. I don't do this alone. I'm here with the ever gorgeous Jifa Katie. Hello, Jifa. Good morning.
Good morning, Kweku. Yeah. Good morning. It's a beautiful Friday morning here in Akaba. That was rather a sad situation in Kumasi. I think our authorities need to take a second look at the construction and the layout of our market centers, as well as possibly trying to decongest our markets, because Kweku, the congestion in the market spaces are just too much. Quite recently, a fire broke out in Kantamanto, and that was just one of many fire incidents that has happened in Greater Accra region, as well as other market areas. And it's quite sad that people lose their worst or their hard-earned monies day in and day out, or year in and year out, and then we don't seem to find a solution to this problem.
You know, leadership is not easy. If it was, we'll all be presidents. Right, leadership is not easy. Now, this decision to decongest is a tough and an unpopular one, right? But it's something you have to do.
Right.
Do you see the thing? The decision to punish people, even though there's no fire. When you do your checks, they don't have fire extinguishers on site. They are doing illegal connections. They are putting gas fires or
cooking in
marketplaces and places they are not supposed to. The decision to punish them, it's unpopular and it's difficult. But you have to do it because it's the only way to prevent this from happening.
Kweku, I think the fire service has been able to get access into some parts of the market area that's burning, as seen in the shots. This was earlier.
Yeah,
right.
Because the thing is that so you see the shots you're seeing here. What happened with the ones we're talking to Hafiz on? These are images from earlier, but the one where we're talking to Hafiz has moved to the other side.
Right.
So the fire tenders are actually, this is where they are.
Right.
They can't come in from the other side. There's no space to pass to go. If you saw the shots we were looking at earlier, when Hafiz was talking, the shops are clustered together so tightly, you can't pass through. And so this is the other side of it where Hafiz showed us.
I just hope that the fire service personnel are able to do their best to salvage the situation.
So as you can see, it started from the top floor.
Save some of the properties,
but fire is going to burn. It's going to burn and it's going to burn down.
Because, I mean, we can't even tell what properties or what wares are in the various shops, whether there are gas cookers in there or dry fabrics that will just catch fire very easily.
Well, as you can see,
of course, electricals.
There's a lot of electricals because you can see the names on the shops. Infinix, Nokia, etc., Itel, whoever. So these are a lot of electronic phones and phones, phone batteries. These are all explosive material that if you expose them to heat and fire, you're likely to get all kinds of explosive situations. So it's a very dire situation that's happening there. We really do send our prayers to the team in Kumasi that this will come under control as quickly as possible.
Anyway, we'll take some more updates as and when we have that from Hafiz. But moving on to the show, Kweku, back to your Village Food Festival is sold out.
It is.
We are sold out officially, and I'm excited about it. So now that we are sold out, what it means is that on the 29th and the 30th of March, you do not have any excuse not to be at the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. We want to spend your weekend with you. So the sold out means that vendors who wanted to be a part of the festival, we are sorry, but we do not have any more slots for you to make payments to come and showcase or sell your indigenous Ghanaian meals. But for you who is not a vendor and just wants to come and chill, wants to come and have fun, entry is free. So on Saturday 29th and on Sunday 30th, you can come to the Accra Metropolitan Assembly. And the good thing about it is that on Sunday mornings, we do our own church service kind of thing.
So it's an extension of Rivers of Worship.
Exactly.
Live from there.
Yes. So if you don't even go to church, look, just take your bath and then come worship with us in the morning. And when the vendors are ready or the food is ready, you take your breakfast there, you take your lunch there, and then you take your dinner there as well. Then you can go home and go and sleep. And most importantly, you just pack some with the family, the kids and everybody, so you are able to enjoy throughout the whole week. So 29th and the 30th of March 2025, that's next week Saturday. This weekend, not this weekend, the following weekend, just head to the Accra Metropolitan Assembly and let's have a good time, because there'll be good food, good music, and of course great Ghanaian snacks. Everything Ghanaian you find there at the Back to Your Village Food Festival.
Absolutely. Well, it's a time we're looking forward to. It's going to be amazing. So hey, as for me, I always say, make sure that you have enough money. Empty your tummy. Make sure that Thursday, Friday, you are doing fasting things, and making sure that you're prepped nicely for the weekend. Because the weekend will be full of food, fun, excitement, festivities. You don't want to miss out on that. All right. Well, we're going to cross back over to Kumasi and see what it is that give you some more updates of what's happening there.
Cool. I think they're still trying to salvage some of their wares. Those are some of the market women and men trying to get some of their things out of the fire, as we can see in the shot over there. It's rather a sad and devastating situation, because imagine investing so much money in your business and then it's reached down completely by fire. Very sad.
Yeah. Wow. And you know, this smoke is very poisonous.
Yeah.
And if you look at the building that's there, some of the buildings, the way Kumasi is structured, Adum and Casualty is both residential and commercial. You know, so there's a mix of people's residences. So a lot of homes in these apartment buildings will be filled with thick smoke. You know, this morning. You know, so yeah, it's just going to be. Hafiz.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah. Has there been any progress in terms of the fire tenders getting more access?
Yeah. Okay. So now they resorted to bringing in the fire tender that has a crane, and you can see fire officers using the crane to be able to reach a larger area of the fire incident. But this is the frontage of the building we have come to, and when you go to the back, you see that the fire is spreading, and that is where fire officers are now putting their concentration on trying to stop the fire from spreading to other structures. But people are still salvaging their goods from the shops, although some of them bent, so you can see some of them crying and bringing out their wares here. And fire officers are also making more and more efforts trying to bring down the situation under control. And fire officers are really working hard, David. You could see the kind of coordinated efforts they are employing. Fire officers from different fire stations. So we have one from the Casualty fire station, one from the Konfanoti fire station, one also from the Mensia fire station. And then we had also the engineers or the contractors working on the Casualty fire market project, the Casualty market project. They are also helping out, bringing in their water tanks to help the fire officers get more water to be able to control this situation. They are also helping out, kind of bringing in the water for the fire officers, because it was another challenge. They brought in some of these tanks. The fire or the water in these tanks have gone. So you can see cosmetic materials, perfumes, and all that. And other wares and other combustibles. Fire officers, you can see them in pictures trying to bring the situation under control. So that is the concern here. People are worried. They are telling the fire officers to quicken up and stop the fire from spreading to other shops. But standing here, David, you can hear explosions and blasts because of the combustibles you have in here.
Yeah.
We have gas cylinders, and the blast is just repeating itself here.
Yeah.
So fire officers want to control this situation. They are making frantic efforts trying to bring the situation under control. But the concern for many traders is how the fire is going to spread to other areas of the market here, or the section of the market here. And it's a very, very, very dire situation here. It's devastating for people who have lost their property here. And people are so much not about what's happening. And all of a sudden you have a call that your shop has been engulfed by fire.
Yeah.
That is the feeling you find on a Friday morning for most traders here in the central business district. Efforts have been made to salvage or evacuate some of the wares here. Passers by are also helping out to a nearby shop that has not been gutted. Another shop here, the fire keeps spreading, and there are fears it could spread to that shop. So, shop owner has just opened it, and people are helping out to equate everything from that shop to bring it out so they can keep it at a safe location. Everything grocery, everything foodstuffs, everything spices, everything cosmetics, everything wares, everything phones, everything laptops, everything computers are going down the drain, being burnt into ashes here. Fire officers are making frantic efforts to be able to control this situation. They are employing a number of tactics, a number of methods, a number of strategies, but that strategy seems to be working for them. But for traders, their concern is that the spread of this fire should not areas. The spread should not.
Hello, Hafiz. All right, so it appears we've lost contact with Hafiz, but we'll definitely get back in touch with him as he brings us more updates. Yeah, Hafiz.
Yes, David.
Yeah, so if you can just sort of, for those of us who are not in the sense of action, trying to understand how widespread this situation is now. If you can sort of give us a sense, is it, you know, are we looking at maybe 100 shops so far, 50 shops, 10 shops? What are we looking at in terms of the spread so far?
Okay, so from where the fire started from, that building houses over 50 shops. Okay. It houses over 50 shops, and it's a top building at Adum. It's a door and a popular building where trading activities go on here. These shops, they sell or they are engaged in all sorts of items, including mobile phones. And most of the shops here, I can say more than bent. Others that have been bent. That is the effort being trying to have from this shop. So you see the activity here, people trying to help out, shop owners also ensuring that they are to keep the goods at a safe place. Please ensure there's order and to ensure that people do not take advantage of the situation to also loot or maybe so that is what you find here. But some of the shops, as you can see in the pictures, have not been able to access the shops to open them, and that is the concern for many. So because the concern for the fire service is that they want to ensure that they put the station here, and other fire officers want to end where we came from, where we started our report from.
Yeah. All right, it appears that
they are trying to waste from some of these shops to ensure that it doesn't get just helping out, but it's not an easy one. The victims of the fire, it's not easy for the security fire officers who main actors this incident trying to the situation. It's not so easy for them, but there's been some concerted effort. Who are trying their best to ensure that this situation is controlled.
Yeah. So the security persons on the ground. We see some images of police officers and so on. Are they assisting in any way? What are they doing as far as you can tell?
Well, so David, you know, people sometimes take advantage of the situation to loot.
Yeah.
People also take advantage of the situation to pick items that do not belong to them. So that is what the police is here to ensure. The police is also to ensure that people do not act in a way that would further exacerbate the pains of the shop owners who are already seeing this fire bring down their shops. So the police is really helping here. The police is also going into the shops, trying to ensure that shop owners have their goods to where they want them to be, so that at the right areas, at the right places, shop owners are able to keep their wares there. No one from nowhere will come in to try and maybe do anything untoward toward affected victims here. So that is what you find the police doing here. The smoke is blowing so massively here, not able to even control breath here. People are so devastated in terms of but fire officers are really making frantic effort. They are doing their best to ensure that the situation calms down under control. Some of them have also moved to the other side of the area. You see some fire officers here. There's a fire in there, in that shop there, and they are trying so hard to ensure that that situation is brought the other ends to spread. Other officers have controlled the situation. Some are also here with a shop that they believe that a lot of combustibles they are able to bring the situation under control. So there's been a from the fire officers hearing this for the first time. Homes, others were here early in the morning, as early as 6 a.m. when the fire started. So the shop owners are also employing the usage of the fire extinguishers they have in their shops to help the fire officers bring the situation under control.
Yeah.
So David, it's not so easy for traders here. Like this one, this area would have been very busy with trading activities going on here. But this is the situation you find. And fire officers, attendants from different fire stations, like I said, from the... You can still see the fire attendants still arriving. So they go to get water and then supply, then another fire engine will go bring water in, and we are having the contractor, the construction firm, the Brazilian construction firm working on the Casualty Central Market Phase 2 project, bringing in their water tank to help in getting or providing water for the Ghana National Fire Service as they make efforts to try and control the situation. People have lost monies. People have lost running into millions, and they just want all this to be able to quantify. Able to quantify the kind of damage or the kind of loss they have made as far as this incident is concerned. So you see where the fire officers are now heading to, inside that building where we are told this fire incident started. So the fire is still raging in that particular building, and fire officers are taking their hose, the water hose, to the inside of the building. They will want to control that area so that we don't have a further spread. We don't have a further spread of the incident or the fire that is happening here at the Central Business District. It's so easy for the victims here. Some of them just looking on and seeing their shops go. They wish, some of them wish they could have just used a magic wand to stop the fire.
I can imagine.
It is not possible for them, and it is not so possible for them, and it's so devastating. It's so devastating. It's so devastating. So people who even came to have also been left stranded. Mostly they come early in the morning, especially for those who come from outside Kumasi and outside the Ashanti region. They come so early to these shops to purchase their wares, and also at retail and wholesale shops. And people come to retail from the wholesalers and also go to sell to the final consumers. That's it. Yeah, David.
Help me with something. So I lived in Kumasi for about 4 years, and I know where the STC yard is. So when we talk about Adum, that's my reference point. So from the STC yard, or let's say the military museum area or post office area, trace it for us. Where is this fire in relation to those points?
Okay, so it's very close. It's very close to the military museum. So
I see.
From the military museum, it's just a walking distance to where the incident is happening. So this is in the middle of the Central Business District. This is the middle of Adum, the middle of the Central Business District. So the officers are now able to control the fire in the main building, but the focus now is at the adjusted structures there. Dave, the blast is just like thunder. You hear thunder? It's just David.
Hafiz, the challenge I think also is that there are a lot of batteries involved as well. So apart from the gas, the possible gas stoves that may be, or the gas bottles, gas cylinders that may be in the shops, you're also dealing with a lot of mobile phones, batteries, laptop batteries, and all of these.
Laptop batteries, exactly. And even with the gas stoves, people sell. There's a shop. Some of the traders had alerted the fire officers to try and contain the fire and preventing it from spreading to the other shop that contains gas cylinders and all that. They sell gas cylinders, so some are refilled, some are not refilled. They are empty cylinders, but the concern for the traders were that if they have some of the filled or the refilled gas cylinders, it could spark something else. And the other challenge is that some of the traders, some live here as late as 7 p.m. So sometimes they have these stoves and gas cylinders. They cook here before leaving to their various homes. So they leave everything here, and that is why you are seeing the spread of this fire. So the effort for the fire officers is to contain that fire that is happening at the other end where the congested items or structures are. That is the effort now. But for now, the fire officers have been able to contain, I would say, 80% of the fire that started in the main building. 80% of that has been controlled, but the focus back of the building where the structures, the container shops and all that. So we have the police also deploying their water cannons. I don't know if the water cannon is going to help in the control of the fire.
I think
so
it will.
We want to move.
I actually think it will, because any amount of water. So, for example, if it was a heavy downpour right now, it will also assist. So, any amount of water that you can add to the situation can help.
So that was a fervent prayer from some of the onlookers and passers-by and traders, saying that it was cloudy this morning, just that the rains didn't come. It was so cloudy.
Yeah.
So people were praying, Eradi Mansunto, so that the nature could have quenched this in the twinkle of an eye, but that didn't happen. So the efforts by the fire service has to be doubled up. We're still trying to move on to see how the extent of the spread of the fire at this part or at that other portion of the fire is so the police water cannon has arrived. We don't know the plan yet. If they are going to help try to stop the fire from spreading to the other end, that is what we don't know. That is what we don't know yet. But the police is trying to get a particular location for the water cannon to come in, and there's congestion here, there's traffic here. People are not able to move. Vehicles are not able to come here. Vehicles are being brought in to. Okay.
Yeah, I find our natural way of responding to.
People are insulting our Ghanaians like the president, they are fool or something. I know that our president cannot help us, but the citizen, we just like any bank kasanu ya moi.
That's not kasa.
Adukwanta mi kan say hwemi no ma wufi. Me ni mo te tra market me yesrem ni me afrafra ni. Da bia yesin ta for ya moi. Enti me ba ya me ya me moi sam e wo honum. Me boa ye eyi ni o makama kama. Mo tina honum ana mo di phone video. Time now you Obi amboa say omo yi ni o ma na boa omo. Anything going to happen, you have to help the person before government to help the person. But you are standing there videoing the person. I swear I'm annoyed. I'm too small, but it's not good, cry. It's not good. You have to help the person before Ghanaians or you can come and help or president come and help you. But you didn't help the person. You are standing there videoing. The time that you used to do the video, you can use to help the person. So please, they should look how to solve that thing. It's not.
Yeah. Okay. So it appears we.
It's in the car, and somebody. Is it this place that you are working? As you know, I'm working PZ. He said, somebody come there, your place is. But I also know. So when I rush and come, I saw that he said, but the time that I reached Akrada, the fire was even flowing. But the other side, they are selling spray and then high pressure. That's why the fire is doing that plate like that. Some ask, fridge is inside. Fridge 2 is gas. AC is inside.
There are gas cylinders.
There is gas. People are using gas in their shops. Nobody cannot say that this building there is no gas inside. She's lying. That person is a liar. That person is a liar. It's not that this fire cannot burn like this. And one, fire service is not helping us.
Why are you saying that? They are making a lot of effort.
I said, I just met only fire service car. And there is no water on it. There is not even small water on it.
Maybe the water got finished.
You didn't bring water. I swear, if you don't water at all this fire, only one car. Fire service is just behind here. I can walk and go there and walk and come back now. But they couldn't come and help us.
Okay, your name?
My name is Grace Namsa.
Okay, so that's a concern there from Grace. She has come in to say she has tried to help salvage the goods, and she's concerned. She's concerned that people are videoing. People are not able to help in trying to help the victims, but they are rather using the. But bystander effect to try and then take their phones to get some videos, and she's not happy, trying to blame the fire officers, though the fire officers are doing their best to contain the blaze. So Dave, in pictures, you see how the explosion is happening. We spoke about the combustibles, and the lady here emphasized the point about the refrigerators, the
air conditioners,
kind of, perfumes that that are sold here, and that is so we are told that these are wholesales, where they keep their items, a number of the items there, and that is why you are seeing the fire spreading to that building, and it's just so rapid, and explosions, they take smoke billowing in the air. So Dave, if the smoke, they take smoke in the air. Because I was around Kumasi, who know Kumasi very well. Kenya to this. Another person told me he was around Atonsu and he could see a thick smoke in the air. Wondering why or how the fire was happening. So the police, on the footbridge, police are trying to control the situation. They are telling all the onlookers, the bystanders, to evacuate or to leave the scene, to disperse, so that they can help the fire, let them do their work. See, number of people coming down from the footbridge. All of them were just standing on the footbridge, watching so closely. People are not able to control themselves. You see one of the victims.
Avis, one of the things I find very disturbing about our behavior, and this is what the lady was referring to. The lady Grace was referring to how that people are just watching on. For me, I call it the Konkonsa effect. You know, it's like we like to spy what's going on and not necessarily to be involved. And so people are taking out their phones to film and all that. They're not really interested in helping. They're just interested in wanting to go and tell the story somewhere else, that I was also there and I saw, you know, and then dramatize it for others to hear that they were also there and part of what was happening. Unfortunately, that creates a problem for unfortunately, that creates a problem for the firefighting efforts, you know, because you're blocking the roads, you're blocking the access routes, and you're just standing there idling and just, you know, so this is very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate.
So more tenders are arriving here at the scene.
Okay.
More fire tenders are arriving here.
Good.
So the concern that there was no water in the fire tender is not true. It's not true, because most of the tenders that are the fire tenders or the fire engines that are coming in here, they come with a lot of water in it. They come with water, but because of the nature of the situation, they are able to exhaust the water so quickly.
All right, so it appears we've lost connection.
There's no water in the fire tender, but that is not true.
Right.
That is not true. We have seen fire tenders that are coming in with water, a lot of water in them. And it cannot be true that fire officers are here and there's no water in the tender. That is never true, David. And we can confirm that. We can report. So, David, the spread is just getting out of hand.
The fire has spread very far.
It's getting. So the police have done a very good job. They have cleared all the people on the footbridge here currently. The police have done a very good job. They've done a very good job. They have cleared everyone on the scene. Casualty or people falling victims to this. So the blast, I just want viewers to have a feel of the explosion, the blast. Dave, can you hear that?
We can hear that, yeah. It's almost like we're in a war zone.
Dave, it's very serious. So I've just been informed also that you know these knockouts.
Yeah.
You know these knockouts.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm told some of the shops also sell such items and perfumes and cosmetic products.
Yeah.
And so it's
the canisters, the aerosols.
So others who are even trying to nearby shops who are even trying to salvage their wares from the other shops. The fire has reached that area. The fire has reached that area, and fire officers have also moved to the central market. You know, this is very close to the central market, and I'm told that there's another building there fire spreading today. So the fire officers want to control that situation.
Yeah.
Want to control that situation before it gets to the central market area. And that is what is happening currently here at Adum. For those of you who are joining us now on Channel 1 TV on the Breakfast Daily, this is a breaking news story from the Central Business District of Adum, where there's a raging fire here through some buildings, major buildings at the center of the Central Business District, Adum, in the Kumasi metropolis. Other container shops where we have people trading in perfumes, cosmetic products, phones, laptops, and all things you can find electronic. Everything you can find electronic gadgets and all that. People now, the focus now is not to salvage goods. The focus now is just to maybe look helplessly, pray for an intervention from God. That is the only focus. People are praying for the rains to come. People are praying for the rains to come right now. So within a twinkle of an eye, the fire can be controlled. Within a twinkle of an eye, the fire can be controlled. So that is the central market you see. And there are fears. Yes.
Right. So the images we are looking at now, it looks like the fire is getting out of hand. What is the fire service any close by to try to salvage some shops around where we are seeing now? How close are they? Because we can still hear the explosives.
Yes. So the fire officers.
Right.
So now the fire officers. Charlie, let's move. So the fire officers are having to go to the other side of the where the fears the fire can spread to. So it's just even close to the footbridge here at Adum, but at the other side where you have the central market, people are also trying to salvage their wares, and it's not so easy here. The heat that is coming with the fire is coming with, is also not so easy. So we are trying to also move away to try and be at a very safe location to ensure that, wow, this building is also going down, David. This building is going down.
Yeah.
And this is where we are told that they have the warehouses for the cosmetics, where you have perfumes and other cosmetics. These are the warehouses. The wholesalers keep their products, so that when retailers come, they come to get the products for them to be able to sell it out, or to sell them out for them. And that building is also being engulfed. It started from one building to some makeshift structures, to some container shops, and it is spreading so rapidly. One that has never been experienced before. You know, there was a fire at the KJTR market 2 years ago. But that cannot be compared to this. That cannot. It doesn't come near. It doesn't come near to this. And One thing that also makes this so different is that this area is concentrated, so the fire officers were able to put in their control. They are able to put their focus. They are able to put their focus there and then salvage the situation. But this one, it is scattered. The shops are scattered. It's not a particular area. While fire officers are trying to tackle this, the fire is spreading to the other side, and they have to spread themselves to get this. And you know, they use water, and the tank is not as big as they want. So the water in there will finish. Another engine will go to get the fire and come back, and the fire keeps spreading. And the combustibles, that is the issue. Access combustibles, the major issue for this fire.
So you know, the building that's burning, there are some makeshift structures in the foreground, just beneath the footbridge. What are those structures?
Okay, so these are container shops. So these are also container shops for. Yes, they are shops. They are shops, and then we have homes serving as homes. Other structures serving as homes for people who live here. People actually live here. Some of them actually live here, but the major structures, or the majority of the structures, are the container shops, where you have people engaging in all sorts of activities. Like we have watch repairers, we have people who also deal in retail cosmetic shops here at some of the container shops that are located here. And we have people who do manicure and pedicure and all that here at the area you are talking about, David.
All right, now Hafiz, once you catch your breath, if you could just let us listen to the sounds of the explosives. We want to just give people a real sense around the country of how dangerous this situation actually is. If we can hear the sounds of the explosion that is happening in real time.
Exactly. So that's a raging fire here at the center of Adum, the central business district of Kumasi, where we are having a number of shops that are going down, a number of buildings serving as warehouses for traders who deal in cosmetic products mostly, and second-hand clothing, which is popularly referred to as foods. And that is what you find here. People looking so helplessly, so helpless for traders who are coming in here. Victims are not able to. People are not able to get the situation being controlled. Traders who are coming here and losing out their shops, they cannot control themselves. Most of them so devastated here, and fire officers making frantic effort. So the more effort they make, the more the fire gets spread. The more the fire spreads, and it's a very big concern for people. This, of course, the worst fire incident, or one of the biggest fire incidents in the Kumasi metropolis. It was the KJTR market that was talked about some years ago. But today, people are forgetting that this is replacing it. This is the record-breaking fire incident here in the Central Business District, the center of the Central Business District, Adum. People are also running for their lives. People are not happy. Some also are not happy that people are not helping the victims, but they are rather concentrating in getting their phones to get more of the videos to also report to their peers or their audience, maybe TikTok, Facebook, or their ex audience of what they have also been able to see here. But it's a very big concern. Fire officers, as much as they make the effort, the frantic effort to douse the flame, the fire is still raging, and it's a big concern for people who were trying to salvage their wares from that particular building that is now being engulfed by the fire. They have left the scene because they can't withstand the spread of the fire that is spreading quickly to the other areas. So at the down part, so that blast also there, just scaring people here. That's part of the market where you have cosmetic products that are being sold here for the traders who deal in these products. Most of them have lost products or property running into millions of Ghana cedis, and it's not so easy for people praying. So we can see that the military, the national security, and the police have picked up one person. We don't know the reason. We don't know the reason why one person has been picked. The regional commander has come here trying to also enforce the law and maintain order. So one person has been taken away by the police, handcuffed there. We don't know the exact reason. Maybe later we'll be getting to the police public relations office to get to know what really happened in connection with this arrest. So the regional commander himself, DCOP Tekujo, is trying to maintain order. He's here with some officers trying to maintain order, trying to tell people to get away or to get out of this place of the footbridge. They are trying to save lives. They are trying to maintain law and order. The regional commander himself, after deploying his men, trying to order them to be here and ensure that there's order here at this place. So like we said, the police is doing a very good job. The fire service are also doing their parts of the effort to try and contain the situation. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy for the Nadmo officials. Nadmo officials are also here. I've seen some officers from the national security, the Ghana Prison Service officers are also joining in here, trying to ensure that there's some kind of coordinated effort while the police is maintaining law and order. The fire officers are also ensuring that they have the situation. Ghana National Fire Service, the National Security, the Nadmo, all the agencies you see under the Interior Ministry are all coming in here, trying to make effort to help out in this particular situation, and that is a very devastating effect for many. So the blast is just continuing. The explosion is just continuing. It's just not an easy situation here. The fire is raging so rapidly in the center of the Central Business District. Of course, on a Friday, you find this place very, 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 very busy with trading activities going on. The streets congested, people taking over pavements to trade, people taking all the passage areas to trade. And you are not finding that today. You are finding a very different picture of a fire happening, and the road is still congested because there are onlookers, because cars cannot move into the main KJTIA area. Cars cannot move to the main central business district, the center of the central business district, where you have major buildings, major structures located at this particular place. And due to the nature, the combustible nature, or the combustibles at some of these stored at these warehouses, so there's another explosion, there's another blast. That is the sporadic sounds you hear
let's
when you come here. So,
Avis,
yes, David.
let's let people hear some of the sounds you are hearing as well for a couple of minutes. Let's allow
Okay,
people
Dave.
to hear that. Yeah.
Okay, Dave. So the fire officers are still devising strategies to kind of bring this situation under control. So they are relocating one of the tenders here to a car park, a major car park here, so that they can get to control the fire that has spread to this part of the market. So that was the concern for many. If the fire officers had come here earlier, before the fire could spread to this part of the market, but seeing the rapid spread of the fire officers are now devising that strategy to come to this part of the market where the concentration is now. And that building is, I would say, is gone. It's gone because from the first to the second floor is gone. And we understand this is or these shops are warehouses that contain or that are used in the storage of the cosmetic products and other products that contain highly combustible materials. That is why you are seeing the spread so fast. That is why you are seeing the explosion. That is why you are seeing the explosion and the blast so fast. So fire officers, that fire engine is trying to relocate here, come inside here as the fire officers direct. So an ambulance has also come. So like I said, it's a coordinated effort from the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana Prison Service, the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Prison Service as well, the Nadmo. And this incident is happening where these offices are concentrated. Adum, so they have their regional offices here. So personnel could be easily deployed to this place, but the other fire stations are also closed. Talk of the Konfanochi Fire Station, the Kejetia Fire Station, the Menshia Fire Station, the KME Fire Station, as well as the Regional Fire Command, the headquarters, where they are deploying most of the fire engines to this place. So officers from the Ghana Police Service, from the Ghana Prisons Service, trying to ward off some some bystanders, trying to maintain order there, telling them to move away from getting close to the scene of the fire. So in as much as they want to maintain law and order, they are also focused on protecting lives, because anything can happen, any untoward thing can happen.
All right, Hafiz,
so
just a
that
quick
is
one.
what is being done currently.
Hafiz, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, we can hear the blaring of some sirens in the background. Has there been any reinforcement to add more fire tenders to help salvage the fire? Or how many more fire tenders have we? Yes. All right, talk to us about it. How many more had the fire service been able to get onto the scene?
Okay, so initially when we came here, we could count about 6 fire tenders, but because of the nature of the fire tenders are not going to be stationed here throughout the fire incident or the happening of the fire. So as soon as water is down, or as soon as water is finished in one of the engines, they deploy that engine to go and refill from a close by fire hydrant, so that they can also do a kind of replacement. But because they move in and come out, you are not able now to say the exact tenders that are here, because the efforts or the concentration or the focus now is to ensure that the situation gets under control. They are able to control the situation. So the fire tenders are coming in, others are going to refill and come in. We can see in our shots that the fire is raging another building, the building with the green and white tile. What building is that? That building has a popular Hello FM, that belongs, or that is part of the Despot Media Group. So they have the UTV, that is where their regional office is. So we have Hello FM, we have the Best Assurance, so that's subsidiary of the Best Point Savings and Loans. It's also in that building. So that building also, we have a number of shops that deal in cosmetic products. We have a number of shops that are also engaging in the sale of mobile phones, accessories, and mobile phones, and also computers and laptop accessories and other electronic gadgets. So that building houses a number of shops, including the popular Hello FM under the Despite Media Group. And so you can see the fire officers trying to ensure that the fire doesn't get to that building. But the top of that building has fire has also got into that building, but there are fears it doesn't get to the main building itself, and it's just prayer now. People are just praying. People are praying. They don't know what to do because people are helpless. The efforts of the fire service, though they are making frantic efforts, but the fire keeps raging. It's not so easy for people here. The metal on the footbridge here, very hot. I'm close to that metal beams that have been used, the footbridge, and that will tell you that the fire has gotten so close to the footbridge, and fire officers are mobilizing so much.
Hafiz, you should also be careful because you know when metal heats up, it expands. That will compromise the stability of the footbridge. So please be careful as well. Okay.
Exactly, David.
Yeah.
Exactly, David.
Yeah.
Exactly, David. Exactly. So the fire officers are now concentrating on that building that houses Hello FM. So this is the major landmark people use to identify. So initially when it started, people were talking about Hello FM. So that is the major landmark you can use to identify this popular area. So and that building is also being threatened by the fire because under that building you have a number of structures, container shops, wooden shops, and also makeshift structures here at the building here, and that is not so easy for fire officers here. The combustibles are just reigniting the fire and making the fire spread so quickly, so rapidly here at the center of the Central Business District, Adum to be precise. And like I said, on a Friday, this place bustles commercially, and today it's not bustling. It's another story being told here about a fire that started early morning, and for close to 3 hours, David, the fire still raging. One of the biggest fire incidents so far in the Ashanti region that we have found. That is the situation.
It appears from our visuals that the strategy of bringing the fire tender that we see on the left side of our images, that's the one that we can see now, was a very good one because the initial fire that had raged, to the rooftop of the Hello FM building seems to have gone out, and then some of the fires that were threatening the approach, it seemed to be they're dousing it. So it looks like, but I wish they would bring maybe another tender to support that one there, and because of the level, because of the fact that they are low on the ground, they are unable to see the fires behind the kiosks that are approaching them.
Exactly.
We need a fire tender with a ladder or something, for them to be able to elevate themselves.
So we have that one placed at the other end of that building. I don't know the plan for the fire service, if they are going to allow that to come to this part of the market, because that area we have that fire tender that has the crane, and we don't know if the fire officers are going to employ that. But the fire officers there were also concentrating on the main building where the fire started. That was the concentration. That's where they sent, or that was where they placed that tender to be able to quench that fire or bring that situation under control at the top of that building and that building itself. But we don't know the plan for the fire officers, if they are able to move that fire tender here, because that is able to reach the scene. So the fire officers are now focusing their strengths on getting to douse the inferno that is burning at the shops. But but it's not so easy, David, because if you look at the fire, if you look at the shops, the fire officers are only concentrating on the upper part of where the fire is being done, but the fire is coming from the ground of the shops, not just the roofings of these shops. They will need a ladder. They will need a ladder, like you said. That would have been a very wonderful way or strategy.
I see a fireman in a shot climbing onto some structure to maybe ostensibly try and
I think this is a power plant belonging to, I think, one of the businesses here. One of the businesses here. They.
Oh, okay. So, it looks like a generator.
So that is the
power plant.
Generator. So that is how far he can climb. There's nothing here also. I think the footbridge, if the fire tender could have even come onto the footbridge, David, that could have been the best way of fighting the fire. But it's not possible because standing here at the footbridge, you are just seeing the opposite side of where the fire, and that would have done a great deal of bringing the situation, because the fire keeps spreading. After the building, it has come down to the container shops, where you have most of the makeshift structures in this one, and it's not so easy here. Here at the fire incident, the center of the central business district, explosion, blasting due to combustible nature of items stored in some of these shops, and you see the fire officers devising some further strategies, and the other intervention that is being made by the Brazilian construction firm contractor is that they try to supply as much water as possible, so that the fire officers will not run out of water. So in as much as the fire officers use the water, they also try to bring more water, and you see the tank there supplying the water to that fire engine.
So contractor has brought their machines down there as well?
Yes, exactly. They have brought their water tank to be able, which has come. So it has been supplying water to the fire engines that are here, so that we have a fire engine that is stationed here, so they can be supplying water to that fire engine, while other fire engines go to refill and come back, and also focus on the other areas of the scene where the fire is also raging. So other fire officers have gone to the other end where you have the central market. They have gone to the other end, trying to control the situation there. Some are also here, and as that effort that is being made, trying to just get this situation under control. But for now, salvaging, I'll say, has stopped, because no one is able to risk their lives and go close to the raging fire that is currently causing a lot of destruction here at the scene of the fire.
You mentioned earlier that there was police presence as well as other security services presence, but as we can see in the footage where the construction water tanker is, there's a lot of there are a lot of people there, causing some sort of congestion, and I don't know how they are controlling that to be able to allow the fire tenders have their way to access the place to douse the fire. So
in pictures, so before I answer that, we are seeing the arrival of the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, and he's been escorted by some members of the Regional Security Council, RECSEC, who are also here. So as the representative of the president in the region, he cannot just sit back in his office while this is happening to his people in the region. So he has to come here. So he's taking briefing from the deputy regional coordinator, national regional security coordinator. He's taking briefing also from the police who were here, and some plainclothes officers from the Ghana Police Service trying to brief him about what efforts are being done to be able to contain the situation. So I know we'll be getting a word from the regional minister when he's able to access or he's able to get some concentration. So to answer your question, so the police is making efforts to disperse the crowd that have been concentrated at that place of the streets who are currently causing congestion at this place. So we have the police water cannon, we have more deployment of police officers and police officers who are coming in here to try and then drive away people who do not have any business here. If you are not part of or you don't have any business here. So the military also have been brought in to try and tell people to go away, to disperse people from this place. So they allow the fire officers, the other security services to carry out their duties. So the regional minister currently taking some briefing from the security personnel of the security services, and we'll try and then get to that area where the regional minister is and getting the briefing from the security personnel. So more deployment, seeing members of the RECSEC, seeing the police also trying to come here and then contain the situation, ensure that there's law and order. The military also are also doing their best. They are also doing their best. We've seen personnel from the Nadmo also trying to make efforts here to control the situation. So they have succeeded in dispersing the people from this place. We are moving to the area where the Ashanti regional minister is currently taking some briefing from personnel of the national security and also the Ghana Police Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, and other relevant agencies who have come here to kind of coordinate here. Who are still praying for an intervention. The Ghana National Fire Service so more briefing. Ashanti Regional Dr. That trying to Dr. Frank trying to receive more briefing. I've also seen the regional coordinating director who has also come with the Ashanti minister, the regional police commander and his men are all here trying to make some efforts in here. The regional minister being escorted by members of the Regional Security Council, trying to get an understanding of what could be done to bring this situation under control. So he is being taken to some of the areas. So he's receiving some briefing also from the Nadmo, the Nadmo as well as the Ghana Ambulance. And that is what is happening here. The Ashanti Regional Minister been taken to see the extent of damage that have been caused to some of the buildings here. That is Ashanti Regional Minister Dr. Frank Amakohene was come here because of how the situation is. So currently taking briefing from the regional security. Has been here with the other members of the security agencies or other personnel of the security agencies trying to bring down the situation. So but people have been able to bring out their wares. Most of the shops that have not been touched, they've been able to bring out their wares. Also have transported them to a very safe location so that they don't have some miscreants taking advantage of the situation to loot their wares, and while the fire officers try their best to salvage the situation, the Ashanti Regional Minister is still taking briefing from the security agencies, and he's also checking through to see the extent of damage, trying to see. So you can see in the background, people trying to blame the fire service of not making that effort to bring the situation under control. When people get so frustrated in times like this, they are not able to, or they don't want to listen to anyone. Would want to apportion blames on duty bearers or people who are supposed to ensure that things are done right. But sometimes in natural disaster, someone will say, or one will say, and blame people so much. So the Ashanti Regional Minister is still taking briefing. He's also looking through, or he's also going through to listen to the or to see the extent of damage here at the fire scene. So currently speaking to the regional police commander and the deputy regional security coordinator to give him some briefing, more briefing there. Let's try and get what the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, is being told by the security services here. So for those viewers who are joining us right now on Channel 1 TV on the Breakfast Daily, we are coming to you live from Adum in Kumasi. It is the central business district, the center of the central business district. Traders woke up to a raging fire this morning at the central business district, where it is. It began from one of the buildings here, one of the major buildings here, which houses a number of shops, which houses several shops, and spread to other areas. But why we had more spread, or why we had the rapid spread of the fire was that's why we had the rapid spread of the fire. So one person is not happy, trying to approach the police commander in a very angry mood. Police officers have approached him, telling him to calm down. Police officers are throwing a caution at him, telling him he will be arrested if he tries to be lawless. So the police officers are and to arrest him, and he's been taken by one of the police. So the officers are bringing down people. The police officers bring him down. Police officers are bringing it down. So here at the district, the center. Dr. Frank right came of the these Ghana National Fire Service, Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Immigration, the Ghana prison service. What they are going to make to that the situation is brought under control. So another fire tender is here and entering to of that that is the situation here. Officers trying to ensure that there's so the regional minister has also gone on to food break. He is trying at least get to know the extent of the damage, to know the extent of the that he gets onto see what has happened or what is happening. So trying to get. So the regional minister is currently still being briefed by the security agencies. Okay, so let's try and get to know what is happening here. All right, so the regional minister is still taking some briefing from the security services here. Let's try and engage the regional minister. He has come here. What has he found so far? Okay, so he's declining to speak. So currently, his focus now is to get the strategy in place to combat this situation. That is the focus for him currently. So we are told that we'll be briefed in due course by the regional minister as he gathers information from members of the who have come here. So currently taking briefing from the police, the regional police commander who has been here with his men trying to ensure that the situation is brought under control. And there's been this coordinated efforts by all the security services that comprises the regional security council. So it's still seeing that brief being taken by the regional minister. He's going down again to try to know the exact strategy that will be deployed to kind of contain this situation, because people are losing out in terms of anger. People are not so happy about what is happening. Although it's a natural disaster, people tend to blame officers of the Ghana National Fire Service and other personnel, but the regional minister is here. But that's kind of assurance by the regional minister to try and then assure the trade that a lot is being done to bring down the situation. But as we speak, the fire keeps spreading. Access was a major issue. We kind of the presence of combustibles in the shops, the warehouses, where we have mostly cosmetic products. So the regional minister is still taking more briefing from the security personnel. Let's try and see if we can get a word from the Ashanti regional minister, who is moving away after taking some briefing, trying to get more about this incident, trying to get more information about this incident. So we try again and see if we can speak to the minister, because we tried at first, he declined to speak to us. Let's try if we are able to get the regional minister to speak to us briefly. Coming here, what has he gathered? So we are told the regional minister is rushing to the office to meet the president, but we try to get a word from him if you are able to get a word from the regional minister, if he can speak to us. Unfortunately, it seems we are not going to get the regional minister. It's not so easy here getting Dr. Frank Amakwehene to speak to us. Okay, I told the president is attending the program in Ashanti region, so the minister is attending. Yeah. So they're still making efforts. So one person who has been here all morning is Alhaji Tapsoba. He is the deputy regional security coordinator. He's a deputy regional security coordinator. Who tried since morning to work close with the other security agencies. So there's an order here. So Alhaji Tapsoba has been here since morning. He has been working closely with the other security agencies. Alhaji, what is happening now?
Well, it seems it started around 5 a.m. thereabout. We arrived here around 5:15. The issue is the fire service. In fact, they did their best. The main problem is how to get access to where the fire started. You see, had that been a way through, they would have finished their work within 30 minutes. But the people were even disrupting them. Some were looting. We have to go and then be arresting some of them. And the military too came in, and then they even helped us a lot. So now, the fire is towards the Roman Hill area, towards the phase 2 of the building. Yeah, so they are still working on it seriously. And still, the fire is still raging. And there are water in the tenders, but still how to get to the main where the fire is our problem right now.
What's causing the access challenge? What is it?
The structures, these wooden structures that they built on the railway, that is the major problem that is even causing the fire. You can see when we went upstairs with the minister, still the fire was still raging and there's no access. You can see that there are waters in the tenders, but how to get to the main area is the problem. So we are still working on it. The military have come and they are bringing extra people to come and help us.
What's the way forward?
The way forward is we are bringing the ministers to clear all these things from here so that the fire service will get access to them. We are bringing excavators, bulldozers to come and clear the road so that the fire tenders will get access to it.
What is the anticipated time that you think can help you or you need
in fact, my brother, I think it can take about extra 3-4 hours. It can take about extra 3-4 hours because the tenders are here. Some are from Ejusu Airport, Mampong, and so we have about 11 of them here. But the problem, as I said, is the access. So as you ask, it will take about almost 4-5 hours before you can quench it off.
That is to say that it will continue to spread.
It is still continuing. It is still. Until you yourselves, you've seen it. It is still continuing towards the Roman Hill edge. But the fire tenders cannot go near the fire. They cannot go near the fire. That is the major problem here.
And the fact that you're unable to get into the inner perimeter shows that it is going to be very much severe. What are you going to do to make sure that your machines are able to get inside there so that you'll be able to quench the fire from the inner perimeter?
We are bringing in excavators from RCC. They are even coming. So if the excavators come, I think they can help about 60%. The excavator can help because they can enter into the fire and then clear the road for the fire service tender to enter.
That is to say that you break the walls to enter.
We will. Even if it's a house on the street, we will break the house and then the fire tender should get there.
Okay, so that's Alhaji Tapsoba. He is the Deputy Regional Security Coordinator. The Deputy Regional Security Coordinator, Alhaji Tapsoba. He is talking about the efforts being made, the way forward they are looking through. So, Dave, like we've been saying since morning, access was a major challenge. When I came here, I realized that was the major challenge that was hindering the firefighting process by the members of or the fire officers who had been deployed here. Access was just the challenge that was hindering the fire officers from getting into the inner perimeter to get the fire being done. But that strategy has been devised now, and they want to get through bulldozers, break through the area and allow the fire officers. We are told also that there's going to be a deployment of military officers to come and clear this area, so fire officers can do their work and do it with ease and comfort. Yes.
Right. So per what Alhaji is saying, does that mean that the efforts to fight the fire has been halted for now? The firefighters are just there looking helplessly. Is that what it means?
Okay, for now they are managing the situation, trying to douse the fire at a certain area they are able to reach.
Right.
But if there's no complete access, it's going to be difficult to fight the fire. That is the concern being raised here, and that has always been the challenge because the fire is spreading to other parts of the market, and that is the concern for them. Even though fire officers were sent to that part of that market to try and control the situation, but we are not finding that effort yielding some results, because if there's no access to treat or to control the fire that is spreading to the other side of the market, you see that the efforts are going to be fruitless, because the fire is still spreading, and till now it's still spreading. Just that the access is the major issue, and it's still continuing to other portions or other areas of the market. So I think that's a directive from the Ashanti Regional Minister, try and get the military come in to support the police, to be able to enforce the laws here, to be able to ensure that there's law and order at this place, disperse the crowd here, so that they can allow, or the fire service officials can be allowed to do their work without any pressure, so that they can do their work with comfort and ease. So that is the
looking at the
phase of the firefighting effort we are seeing.
Hafiz, looking at the intensity of the fire and the way the place is populated, crowded, and the fact that people are trying to salvage their wares and the remains of their goods from their shops, I hope no casualties have been recorded so far.
Okay, for now we have not heard about any casualty.
Great.
But we've also seen the deployment. We've also seen the deployment of the personnel from the ambulance service. Of that. So I told you it was a coordinated effort from the military, the prisons, the fire service, and also the police.
Right.
So we are seeing now the arrival of the ambulance that is parked here to attend to any emergency. But people are not so happy, that they are just looking on, so helpless to see that fire is raging. So people are now even trying to fetch water with buckets to try and help the fire fighting efforts, and that's it's also they think that can also at least help in bringing down the situation. But fire officers are also trying to at least bring down the situation, and that is what you find here at Adum. So the regional minister has left. The regional minister has left now, and the other security services, the commanders of the police, the immigration, the police officers who have been deployed here are stationed here, trying to ensure that efforts are being made to bring this situation under control. But most of the people here, the onlookers and the bystanders, they see this effort as being fruitless because they are not seeing the okay, so you can hear the noise from the background. People are not happy because they are seeing the fire continuing to spread, and they had wanted the fire service to put in more effort, although they are also making effort, but it's not an easy one for them. So others have also resorted to using water from a nearby water tank that had water in it, and they are fetching water to kind of throw into the fire as part of efforts to help augment efforts by the Ghana Fire Service to douse the fire. And that is the situation you are seeing right now. It's not so easy. for the fire. So one other person has been picked up. So they continue to arrest people, call them alleged looters, people who are trying to loot, the police officers. So standing here, I counted about 5 people who were picked up, and
wow.
You know, the security coordinator spoke about that. While these efforts are ongoing to control the situation, others are also taking advantage to loot. And the police officers are also on the lookout for these people, and they are arresting them. We've seen about 5 arrests that have been made. 2 of them have been brought. So the fire officers are here still making effort. The regional PRO. Yeah, so the fire officers will be doing a press briefing in few minutes to come. So we'll be giving viewers up to speed of this. I've just been informed by the regional public relations officer of the Ghana National Fire Service. He says that they'll be doing a press briefing on this situation as part of the effort. So the water cannon, David, it has started. It has also come to augment the firefighting efforts here. The water cannon has also been deployed, and you see it's also trying to pump water into directing it to where the fire is raging. So the cannon is moving forward, and people are also helping out, trying to douse the fire. It's not so easy here. So the other fire tenders have gone to refuel. This, for many, is just a test of our disaster or emergency control situation. People are just raising concerns. They are not happy about not deploying. Some were also calling for helicopters and drones to fight this fire because of the extent of the fire. But the water cannon is doing a massive job here. The water cannon is doing a massive job here. It's just controlling the fire from spreading to the other side. From spreading to the other side of the market. But that building that was also engulfed, all parts of that building have been engulfed, and everything in these shops continue to burn, and the explosions, the blast is still happening. Explosions and the blast is still happening here at the scene of the fire, the center of the Central Business District, Adum, where you have the fire from morning. About 3 hours now, we are seeing the fire just raging, bringing down properties, bringing down structures to ground zero. It's not so easy for security personnel who have been deployed to manage the situation, and also the victims themselves who are seeing their wares go down the drain. It's not so easy for them. So they resorted to the use of the water cannon by the formed police units of the Ghana Police Service, and that is what is being done currently. There's fire in the shops. It's just burning through some of the shops, but access was blamed. That was the major challenge. That hindered the firefighting effort. So let's take a briefing from the Ghana National Fire Service to tell us about what is being done. Okay, so the regional fire commander is here. Commander, you are welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Thank you very much.
What are we seeing now? What is the plan for you now?
Yes, as you know, we're called at 06:05 hours here, and when they came on board, they saw fire on the 3rd floor. Yeah, apparently the fire started from behind the building. Yes, and accessibility was a problem. Yes, so they started tackling the fire. They called 4 other pumps. So that is 5 pumps. Then the army one came. Later 2 tankers also came to support. So the fire is so complex. The fire, the combustibles are made up of different cargoes. You meet somebody in a store who sells different items. Yes. So that made the fire very complex. We try our best. You know, the frontage, the first building on the front has been extinguished now or under control. We are left with behind. Our tenants are behind there. Accessibility is a problem. The turntable ladder is there to fight from the roof. But they got there and there was no accessibility. Firemen have tried hard this morning to bring the fire under control. Yes. And we are still on the ground working. Yes.
Well, accessibility has always been the challenge. What has been that discussion with city authorities in terms of getting access to some of these places? Because this is not the first time we are seeing a fire and fire officers are complaining about that.
It's something we talk always. We make our recommendations. So they are aware. I quite remember we came to KJT with the regional minister. He gave an order that people should move from pavement. Yes, the order has always been given. Fire service is not the one to go and create accessibility, but the authority concerned must do that because we always talk about it. Yes.
So what's the plan now?
To extinguish the fire.
Yes.
Yes. You can see the fire tenants are fighting. Do you get me? Yes. Fortunately, we've gotten a hydrant very close, so we connected direct to fight it. Yes, so that is what we are doing now. Yes.
But there are concerns. Some were also trying to blame your officers of not being proactive in preventing the spread of the fire.
We we confined the fire. The fire, you know, as I told you, the fire started from behind. It is not from the frontage. It started, so a lot of burning has started from behind the building. Yes, so as you try to fight it, not when the fire has spread already. Yes, the fire has spread all angles because it didn't start from the frontage for you to see. Yes, so firemen have done very well. We've done very well. Yes.
Do you know of any casualty? Do you know of something like that?
Pardon?
Any casualty?
No. We don't have any casualty. We don't have any casualty. Yes.
So that's a press briefing by the Ghana National Fire Service, the regional commander, who has been speaking about one major challenge that hindered their efforts in bringing the situation under control was access when their men arrived here to control the situation. And he has been blaming or attributing the incident or the spread of the fire to access here at the fire incident scene. And he says there are a lot of efforts. They are still making more efforts to ensure that they bring the situation under control. But as you speak now, at this side where the fire is burning, there's no any firefighting effort. The water cannon is moving away. We can't tell if the water in there is finished, but the water cannon is moving away and the fire is still raging at some of the shops. But for the fire service, they have been able to confine the fire, but their challenge that resulted in the spread of the fire was due to the accessibility. They could not access the areas where the fire started, and that was the challenge they faced initially. And that's resulted in the spread of the fire to other shops here at the central business district of Adum. So the fire officers say they are still making more efforts to ensure that they control the situation, but would also want to ensure the situation is brought under control. But firefighting effort is not going on here. We saw the water cannon from the Form Police Unit of the Ghana Police Service. That was still, or that was trying to make efforts to bring the fire under control. But even the water tanker, that water was being drawn from to quench the fire by some passers-by. Has also been engulfed. The fire tanker, the water tanker that was being used to draw, people were drawing water from it to quench the fire, has also been engulfed. This is a very serious situation here. So there's no any firefighting efforts right now, currently, as we speak at the scene of the incident. But the fire tender, all the tenders have withdrawn. We are not able to say if they have gone to refuel and come back to continue with the firefighting efforts. There was an intervention by the Ghana Police Service by using the water cannon, but that also has gone back. We can't say if the situation or if there was no water in the water cannon, and the heat is just so intense here, and the blasts, the explosion, you're just hearing sporadically just here. Wow. So that's the extent of the damage here. Now the remnants of the fire is just showing, is visible now. That is the extent of the fire. You see the extent of the damage you see here. This is what has been left. The trail, the fire has left in its trail destruction here, and that is the clear damage you see here at the Central Business District, the center of the Central Business District, Adum, where we saw a continuous 3-hour raging fire that comes with a mixture of blasts, explosions because of the combustibles. And the Ghana National Fire Service admitted that. The National Security also admitted that. They all are pointing to the accessibility. The accessibility was a major challenge here when fire service officers arrived here to quench the fire or to bring the situation under control. Although they are saying that they have confined the situation, it's still not easy. So when you come to the other side of the market, getting to the Roman Hill area, so the fire is raging at the other end too. For now, there's no any effort. There's no firefighting effort. You see people here. There's no business activity. Business activity have halted. Everything has come to a standstill. People are just here, looking, passers-by, bystanders, onlookers, all of them trying to empathize with the situation. Business activities have come to a halt at the Central Business District on a Friday when you expected that there was going to be a very busy job or very busy trading activities, hustling and bustling here. You are not seeing that today. You are only seeing people standing aloof, watching what is going on, watching the raging fire. Other victims crying and wailing, others tears welled up in their eyes, others so devastated, so traumatized, and so unhappy about the situation. There's no any firefighting efforts currently. Fire is still raging. Smoke is billowing, and the The clouds are getting so thick and thick, and in the watching from afar how you see the situation here. The blasts is still happening, the explosions still happening. The buildings, most of which contain some combustibles. It's not so easy. It's not so easy. Visibility is even reducing. People have to cover their nose. People are covering their eyes. People are just moving away from the scene of the fire. Others still trying to get to know what is happening. The fire tenders have all gone to refuel, but we're told by the Ghana National Fire Service during their briefing that they are currently getting through some of the fire hydrants, the central business district, so that they can connect and have a direct access of the fire, so they can treat the fire, the emergency that is happening now. They can treat it and also try to confine it. But the fire service has made us to understand that they have been able to confine the fire from the building, the main building where the fire started from, and they are making other efforts. But I'm not seeing any fire tender around here. The water cannon from the front police unit that had come earlier to this scene or to help in the firefighting effort, to augment the effort by the Ghana National Fire Service. That water cannon has left the scene. We are unable to confirm if there's no water, if that water cannon is empty now. If that water cannon is empty now. And you see the extent of damage the fire has left in its trail, destruction, property running into millions of Ghana cedis. This is a busy and a major trading hub. You have people engaging in the retail, engaging in wholesaling of products, and because it's cosmetics, usually when you come here, most of the people you find are women or ladies who come here to buy. And then we have these wares, the second-hand clothing, coming in here to trade in that on a Friday where this place was expected to be busy. On the footbridge here where we are currently standing, this place would have been choked. But because of the incident, people were here, but the police officers have managed to disperse all of them. The police officers have managed to disperse all of them from the scene, and they have all gone. The regional minister was here. He received briefing from the security personnel, and he has gone back. But there are still coordinated efforts by the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service, the National Security, as well as the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Prison Service. Onlookers are not happy. Onlookers are not happy. Onlookers are not happy. They are not happy. They are not happy. This is not so happy.
And yeah, just so popularity out. Yeah, so popularity out. Came for the Yanni Kajati. Omode kwani nyina ma adetonfo no masikwan unya ba bi kwa no wawura yes ye nya ko fa nyama frequent ba nyama ni nyina ase ye say o wano pe beru aso ni nyina adro be
ya ni dey na oton wa ase
patch ya ton chase force runner track sneakers flap benga bibia tombo blight one e ya adwuma
say na o city incident
but hu ni dey na asoka ka bi na asomu a ba na ke to mutum no fighter force okusu ayre asa tie hu say asoma nyama nya adro be
onyama ni be nyama say na
nyama dey coste run akra go fan to go 1005 nyama ni doso e say hu dey anka kira ban ni nyina so ye kemi fo na ma be nyina ba e kwa ni nyina mo dey ma adetonfo no mo ton nyama ade e say nya dey enye de di bi enema nyina hye se o kan say why just enti aban de omwa na kemi fo no mo chichika ne de omunyai de nya ne ka gichi o omo ba kwa na si o no magiska no me di ban table si wo no twa ne bokọ ohun tro na kwatira go 5 million 10 million de kwati kemi de hia ne ska de ya be dwetwe omo ka wan
en kan isa wo me platform
ya na ya ko fari ma no nyina si ade ka gichi tro de wura tem ya no kwati kemi ade e de ne se enye
e fro say
Pacho me di Emmanuel
there.
Asante.
Okay, so that's Emmanuel Asante. He's one of the victims here. He is saying that he just brought in some goods yesterday. He ordered some goods and stocked them at his shop. All of that have been burnt, and he's so worried. And he's also blaming the issue on the access situation. He says that the city authorities, the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, is not making the right effort to try and then remove all the illegal structures and all the traders who have occupied the center of the streets from trading on the pavements and on the streets. He says that that could be partly be blamed. That could be blamed because the fire officers are complaining of access. If they had access, they would have been able to contain the fire situation when the incident started. But because the traders had occupied the place and people have illegal structures on the pavement and the other access routes, they are not able to get through to the place to be able to douse the flame, and that is his worry. He's not happy. He's not a happy man standing here. He says that he has lost millions of Ghana cedis. He went in to bring these products from his suppliers, and then he came in, and today this incident is happening. So that is the situation you find here. Currently there's no any fire fighting efforts here. The fire is still raging, and we are seeing the fire still raging at the Central Business District, the center of the metropolis, the Kumasi metropolis. That is the Central Business District, and people are not happy. Victims are looking so traumatized and devastated. So they are still complaining about how the city authorities are not helping, to try and douse or to try and then decongest the city. They are not happy. They say that access has always been a problem. Access has always been a major situation in the Central Business District, because if there was access, they were able to, fire officers would have been able to contain the situation. And the explosion and the blast is still happening here at some of the shops where you still have pockets of fire, and other shops where the container shops down here that had or have some combustibles in them. So the fire officers have told us that they've been able to confine the fire, the major building or the main building where the fire started. They've been able to confine the fire, and now so that's water tank here where people were drawing water from, to the poly tank here where people were trying to draw water to quench the fire, has also fallen victim to the fire. It has melted, and because there's water in the tank, when the fire reached the level where the water is, it has stopped burning, because automatically water and fire, water quench it. So this is Adum, the Central Business District. People are not engaging in the trading, the hustling and bustling, or the hustle and bustle as would be on a normal day. It's a Friday. People would have been trading ahead of the weekend, but people are not trading today because there's a fire, and victims are not able to access their shops. Other onlookers who comprise of the traders who are also coming to retail some of these items or these products from the people here are also left stranded here. People are here. People are also coming to catch a glimpse of the situation of what is happening. The city is congested. Both sides of the market, the main central business district and the Roman Hill area, where the fire has also spread to, the other building there where the fire has also spread to. People are not able, for some who were salvaging and evacuating their wares from some of the buildings, some succeeded, others have not, because some of them came in late. They were not able to get their wares out of their shops, and all their wares have been burnt. And we spoke to Emmanuel there. He was not happy about the loss, because he says only yesterday he went in, he called his supplier, he got some goods, and quantifying the amount, he says millions of Ghana cedis. Then he stored or made a stock, and then only to wake up today to hear of a fire incident, and his shop is part. He's a victim of that incident that has brought down his business. So people are now taking off their mind about the fire now. So people are looking at how to restart, because the loss is huge for most of the shops. The loss is so huge for most of the shops. And you can imagine just waking up, living far from the central business district, and before getting here, your shop is just down and you are not able to make any efforts. So more people are still coming here. I think an incident is happening here. Let's try and see what is happening. Wow. Okay, I think there's a deployment of the military who are trying to disperse the crowd. The military trying to disperse the crowd from, so that the fire officers can have more access to these places. Wow, the Hello FM building has also been engulfed now. So that was the effort. The fire officers were trying to make to try to salvage the situation. But we are told some fire officers have gone there. We are told some fire officers have gone. We are told some fire officers have gone there, trying to salvage the situation, trying to control and contain the situation. It's so devastating for people here. The military has been deployed to ensure that the military has been deployed to control the situation. Tell people to move away from the disaster zones, because the extent of damage that is being caused by this fire and the raging nature of the fire is not so easy. While the police were trying to control the situation, others took advantage to loot belongings of the people here, and of some of the people here, and then the police have arrested. The police have arrested some of them, and they are currently being handcuffed. Some also have been taken away from the scene. So Adum is congested, not because people are coming into trade, but because people are here to witness what is happening. The fire that has been raging since morning. Fire officers have told us that the situation has been controlled.
Hello,
or they
Hafiz.
have confined the situation, but the fire is still raging, still having pockets of fire at some of the buildings, and the combustibles are just reigniting and intensifying the fire here at the scene of the incident. It's not an easy sight for most of the traders here who have had their shops affected here. And the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakohene, was here. He had some briefing from the national security personnel who were deployed here. The Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Prison Service, as well as the Ghana Immigration Service, the Ghana Police Service, who are all making some efforts to try and control the situation, here at the scene of the fire.
All right, so we're bringing you live scenes from Kumasi, from the Adum, Casualty area, the CBD of the Kumasi city, Sekrom. Very, very unfortunate fire that's happened this morning, ravaging hundreds of shops, and many people having their property totally destroyed. Some people actually having just stocked up with new stock just last night, and having their shops burned down to ashes. And so Jifa, this is it, that we
very sad one, very devastating one. We hope that the fire service, as they said earlier, will be able to salvage the situation. And I mean, I share the sentiments of those who've lost their wares and their shops. But anyway, we would be going away now, but it's not over. Nana Tufo Boateng will take over from now and then still give you updates on the incident happening at the Kumasi Central District, that's Adum precisely, where fire has raged various shops and brought some of them down to ashes completely. My name is Jifa Kediakutu.
And I'm David Kwekusechi. Thank you for watching Breakfast Daily this morning. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Hello there, and thank you for staying with us here on Channel 1 Television. It's always a pleasure to come your way. I'd like to also say thank you to David and Jifa for holding the fort all the way from the morning on Breakfast Daily up until now. We have been bringing you a coverage of a fire which is started early this morning and is currently raging through shops at Adum in Kumasi, the Ashanti regional capital. Kudos to the Middle Belt Bureau team led by Hafiz Tijani, who have been on the ground all morning to bring us live pictures from that devastating fire incident or fire outbreak. So far, we know that the regional minister, Frank Amwakohene, has been to the fire scene and, of course, has spoken with the traders whom are currently devastated, who have thrown their arms or hands in the air in despair following the loss to property that they have suffered. And so we're going back to the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi, where Hafiz Tijani is still on standby, bringing us live pictures from that ravaging fire. Hafiz, thank you so much. You have been doing a good job all morning. Kudos to you and the team there. But we're coming back to you. We want you to at least, for those who have just joined us, give us an appreciation of how devastating this fire has been, and if you are able to sum up the extent of damage so far caused, and then of course bring us up to speed with the authorities or individuals who have been there and what concerns the traders have also been sharing with you.
Okay, so Nana, so currently we don't have any major firefighting on. The fire officers have told us that they have been able to control the fire, but we still have pockets of fire at some of the buildings. So the fire started from this part of the market, one of the buildings, behind one of the buildings, then spread to the container shops that are located down here, and then spread to the other building we are seeing over there. Because of the nature of the area, is so congested, and there are combustibles here, and the spread of the fire was so rapid and intense. So, and access was a very major issue for the fire officers. It was a major hinder for fire officers who were trying to locate even where the fire was spreading to be able to contain the spread. And that has been the concern that
Hello, Hafiz.
Unless
Hafiz.
Nana, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, it's better now. We seem to be having some challenges. So if you can probably reposition yourself so that the communication is clearer.
Well, Nana, can you hear me now? Is it clear?
Yes, it's better. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I was talking about the challenge that the fire officers had to grapple with in the morning when they came, when the fire was still at its minor level. So before graduating to see the extent of the damage we are seeing right now, they were about access, and a problem. The officers also, even the and buildings over there, then to this building, which is currently burning and spreading to other parts of the market. So fire officers had to redeploy more fire engines from the fire stations, from the KJTR, from the Konfanochi, from the Konfanochi, from the Atonsu fire station, from the Mensha fire station, from Mampon fire station, from Ejisu fire station. Situation. We even saw the water cannon of the Ghana Police Service also coming in with water to kind of control the situation here. But that effort yielded some fruits. But because of the nature of the fire, because of the extent of the fire, it was not so easy for the fire officers. But the fire officers were able to locate a fire hydrant at the Central Business District. Then they connected to the fire hydrant directly to get water, more water, to be able to contain the situation. So for now, we are seeing pockets of fire, although the fire is still spreading to parts of the container shops. But if you look at the congested area, you've seen that the fire has caused distraction to all the shops, the container shops. The camera can just show you that location there. The fire has just caused distraction to all the shops there, where you had people trading in different cosmetics products because of the nature of the situation, or the nature of the items that are being sold here, the nature of the items that are being sold here, the combustibles were so many. The presence of the combustibles were so heavy. So the fire keeps spreading and spreading. So that is why you are seeing. So Nana, you can hear the blast and the explosions in there. We have gas cylinders, we have refrigerators, we have air conditioners in some of the buildings, and most of these buildings are used as warehouses to store some of these products. So you can imagine the extent of damage. I spoke to one trader a while ago who says that only yesterday he received some goods from his supplier, only to wake up this morning and hear about the fire incident. And before he even arrived here, everything of his have gone down because his shop has been affected, and that he is currently trying or struggling to even restart, thinking about how to restart his business. And that is the concern for other traders too. But for now, fire officers are still trying to bring the situation under full control, although they say they have been able to confine the fire.
Right, we'll come to the firefighting itself and how difficult or otherwise it was for the firefighters. But for the benefit of those of us who are not so familiar with this area,
I had
again,
some briefing from the
Right.
the fire service, who had told us that they had to deploy more fire engines because of the nature of the fire. When they came initially, they thought that they could have contained the fire. But what they complained about was the access, and the traders themselves even reiterated the point. They say that city authorities are not doing so much to decongest the city. That is why access was a major issue. People were not having access to, or the fire service was not having access to these places to be able to control and contain the fire as quick as possible, leading to the spread of the fire. But for now, you can only see smoke and pockets of fire at some of the buildings. So the buildings that people were concentrating their efforts on to salvage their goods before their shops were affected, later people had to leave the scene because the fire was raging and they could not salvage their wares from the scene.
right.
So we have some ambulances arriving here.
Yes, we do hear
so
some
that
sirens
they can
in the
also be on
background.
standby.
Can you help us understand
Of
what's happening?
any casualty, they are able to dispatch any casualty. They are able to address or attend to that situation. But in the shops there, you can hear from where I am on the footbridge, the main footbridge of the Central Business District. You can hear the explosion and the blast due to the combustible materials that are present. So we are told that this is where people store their various products, cosmetic products, and they use that place as wholesale or warehouses, and because they are wholesalers, and this is where traders also are engaged in the retail business. So others come to retail and then go to also sell to their customers. But the wholesalers, most of them are the hardest hits in terms of, or as far as this incident is concerned. And that is the situation you are seeing here. So people are still here. Police officers are also here. We have a number of arrests. Several arrests have been made. People who are taking or trying to take advantage of the situation to also loot some items. They have been arrested. All of them are in the custody of the police. Maybe later we'll be getting an update from the Ghana Police Service on how many people they have arrested and what was their crime, why they were arrested.
Right.
And that is the situation here at the Central Business District of Adum.
Right. We also see another fire tender coming in.
Another fire tender is arriving right now. They have gone to refuel and they are coming in with more water to contain the situation. So you can hear the booing from the public. People are not so happy. Although the fire service say there are men, when we spoke to the regional commander, he says that his men have done a very good work in trying to contain the situation, and they are commending themselves that they have done a very good work. But people who are affected are seeing that if there was more efforts being made, they would have been able to control the situation. They would have been able to control the situation. So this fire tender is also coming in here to contain this part, the fire on this part of the market that is still raging.
Right.
And smoke billowing from this side of the
It appears that the crowd control or crowd management is also a problem.
Container shops, where you have concentrated container shops, congested in a congested area. In the congested area where you have people trading, but on the But on the normal Friday, you'd have seen that people are trading, busily trading. But today is a different picture altogether. People are not trading. People are only counting their losses. People are devastated. People are traumatized because of this raging fire that is ongoing here at the center of the Central Business District, Adum.
Very well, Hafiz.
Fire officers still making efforts, so they are bringing some water hose to try and then douse this fire at this part of the market that is still raging. At this part of the market that is still raging, so the cameras can just get that in pictures. The efforts by the personnel of the fire service, coordinated efforts by the various security agencies. We have also personnel from the National Disaster Management Organization, Nadmo, who are also helping in the firefighting efforts here to try and contain the situation. So the fire is being contained by the fire officers who have brought in a new fire tender, to try and then contain the situation. And that is the situation currently.
Very well. Hafiz. So currently another tender has been brought in by the Ghana National Fire Service.
So you can see the fire officers still trying to extend the water hose from the footbridge area so that they can get a very clear picture of where the fire is happening. A very clear picture of where the fire is happening, so they can get their hose there and then get the fire under control. The fire officers have taken their positions here on the footbridge. So this is where they will have a clear picture. Of the fire, which is still raging at some of the shops. And they are trying to contain that. So the fire officers have been devising a number of strategies from morning to now, with some efforts by other services.
Hello, Hafiz.
Or security services trying to help them. Nana?
Yes. We saw the fire officers on the footbridge. Now we've seen that they are moving elsewhere. I want to believe that they are looking for an elevated angle from where to fire their water in a bid to combat the fire. So is it that the fire is controlled at one end of the CBD, and then it's just where the containerized shops are that is currently being affected?
Well, so the fire is spreading. So the fire officers have also spread themselves to the other parts of where the fire is raging or is spreading to. So that is what is being done now. So these fire officers you see on the footbridge, they were trying to devise a method of getting to deal with the fire that is currently raging here. For the other side of the market or the other buildings, there are only pockets of fire. You can only see pockets of fire. But at this area where the fire is still raging, that is the concentration. That is where the concentration is. That is why we have seen the arrival of another fire tender. But the fire officers thought that they could just get the access points here to try and then get an elevated angle, like you said, to be able to douse the fire. But I think that didn't work out, so they are
Yeah,
devising
it appears the distance from the footbridge to where the fire is might be a bit of a problem for the firefighters. I'm assuming the hose, or maybe perhaps the strength or the pressure to
exactly
pump out
the
water
hose
from the hose might not be
exactly,
enough.
Nana.
Hence their decision
Exactly,
to
Nana.
look for a different angle.
Exactly, Nana. Exactly,
Right.
Nana. Because if they mean to bring the hose just directly from the ground, from where the fire service tender is, or where the fire engine is, to the footbridge, they might not get the kind of pressure they want to, or the flow of water. So that is why I assume they have moved down to look for another location. So they have gone to that area. There's another entrance there. So they have succeeded in pulling their hose, the water hose, to that area of the that end of the building where the fire is raging. So that is where they are focusing on to be able to get to.
We see
be
other
able
buildings,
to
other
get the
structures
fire.
also there. Were any of these affected, or is the fire within where the container shops are?
Well,
Well, we'll work the lines and bring Hafiz back on. But currently what you see on your screens are from early on, where the fire was at its devastating state, ravaging and raging through shops at the Central Business District in Adum, in the Ashanti Regional Capital, Kumasi. You can see the flames and the plumes of smoke that were going up in the air from the Central Business District there. This morning, calls came in that fire had gutted the Central Business District of Adum in the Ashanti region, and so we've been bringing you live pictures since morning. Matter of fact, the fire took up the entire Breakfast Daily show this morning, and so for the traditional viewers of Breakfast Daily, you'd have to bear with us as we report on this disaster, which is currently still ongoing, actually, in the Ashanti region. Fire officers have been to the scene, have managed to contain the spread in certain parts. However, there's still pockets of fire, as has been reported by our Middle Belt Bureau Chief Hafiz Tijani. There's still smoke emanating from certain parts of the market. And so the fire officers have called for reinforcement. We've seen a tender or a fire engine come back after going to restock. And so it is our belief that it is looking for a vantage point from where to tackle the fire. Earlier on, the fire officer in charge of the operation addressed the media and identified access to the scene as the major challenge they were facing. And if you look at the area and the structures there, you would agree that accessing the fire rather, posed a bit of a challenge for the fire officers. The fire is currently ongoing. Like I mentioned, these are pictures from early on when the fire started, or when it gained momentum. You can see the extent of spread there. Hafiz Tijani, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, is back on the lines. Hafiz, has the fire engine been able to position itself at a vantage point to begin fighting the fire, as we're seeing?
Yes, underneath the footbridge, they have found a place, and then they have extended the hose. They have extended the hose to one of the entrances leading to the congested area and the other building that was engulfed. So there's still fire at the top of that building, because there's more. Okay, so we have been told of an incident. What is happening? Okay, so the blast is still happening because of the nature of the items we have in that building.
Hafiz, we see a gentleman in there. Isn't it dangerous?
Yes,
for
that
this
is
person?
what I was trying to. Yes, that is what I was trying to draw attention to. We don't know what exactly is happening there. We don't know what exactly this person is doing there, but it's not so easy to get into this place because that place has been burnt and it's still burning. You still have pockets of fire at these places. And people
so the fire officers have begun tackling the fire now.
And just moving through to the fire. So you see the top of that building there.
Right.
It's still burning. It's still burning. So the fire officers. Okay, so I think that young man is trying to find a way out. That young man is trying to find a way out.
It's quite baffling what he will be doing in there. I mean, you can understand the pain of losing your property and all, but at this point, there's little or nothing to salvage, is there?
Try to make efforts. They are making efforts to quench the fire at this building where you still have pockets of fire. So that is the destruction you see in pictures. The fire has left industrial destruction of these container shops and this congested trading area where people have erected their container shops to engage in retail trading. So this is where you find people who repair wristwatch, people who sell phone accessories, people who sell cosmetics or cosmetic products, people who sell second-hand clothing, and others who are engaging in other activities like pedicure and manicure and other activities here. It's still raging. The fire is still raging, and it has gotten to the other side of the building where people salvage their buildings, their belongings from the buildings, and people are still trying to see that everything is brought under control. A lot of people are still trying to see that everything is brought under control. Wares and goods have been scattered here at the Roman Hills area of the Kumasi Central Market. People are also employing their ways to also try and then douse the pockets of fire by bringing water from some of the nearby shops to try and control the fire. The city is so congested. The city is so congested. The city is so congested. The city is congested. The city is so congested. People have come here to look at the extent of damage of what is happening here. Smoke has taken over the city because of the raging fire here at the Central Business District. So it's not so easy for people who have lost some items or whose shops were part of this destruction. It's not so easy for them. The fire started from one of the buildings here at the Central Business District, then to the container shops here, and then spread to the other building, a major building for that matter, which we are told has been used, part of it has been used as a warehouse to store some wares and some products. Some wares and some products here. Some wares and some products at the Central Business District here. The fire officers are still making efforts to control the situation.
Hello, Hafiz.
The fire officers are still making efforts to control the situation.
Hello, Hafiz.
They have been able to enter this area where they would want to contain the fire that is spreading within the location or the enclave where you have the container shops that have been erected here by retailers, traders who are engaging in retail activities and other works here or other activities here. So they are also not having so the fire officers are not having it's easy, or it's not so easy for them to be able to access some of these places. And access has been a problem since morning. The fire service complained of access. The issue has also been reiterated by the national security officials, who say the access was a problem, though they were also trying to help the Ghana National Fire Service to contain the situation. So we have the Ashanti Regional Public Relations Officer of the Ghana National Fire Service to tell us, or to give us an update of what is happening. So what is happening currently?
Currently we are trying to contain the fire behind the main building, but accessibility is a challenge. So we've found ways and means to extend our hoses, the little spaces that are around. We're able to maneuver to get our tenders there to be able to fight the fire.
For now, it's only this part you are trying to contain, because we've seen that the fire has also spread to the other part of the building.
We are fighting it we realize that the fire is at different portions of the market. So we are not only this part, we have our tenders at the other part, which are also fighting the fire from there. So you can see from here that there's one tender that has been stationed here to deal with the fire here. The other sides to have tenders there. So all the 4 tenders that are here, including the turntable ladder, making it 5, are all at various positions trying to contain the fire there.
But for now, are you able to tell us the extent of damage?
I can't see specifically, but from what is at the background, I can see that it's extensive. That's affected greater parts of the area.
But apart from the accessibility, what is also making the firefighting efforts so difficult for your members, for your officers?
I think that is the main thing, the accessibility. And some of the people try resisting us in our attempt to try to salvage some of their items. They interfere with firefighting efforts. Initially, we also had challenges with water, but that time has been resolved. We have some tenders, some tankers on hand to give us water. We've been able to also extend our hoses to the hydrants that are around to be able to ensure that we get constant supply of water to some of the tenders that have been positioned to fight the fire. So now it is the access that is the major issue.
In terms of percentage, how many percent would you say that the fire has been brought down? Like in terms of percentage, how will you put it?
In fact, I can say now that a lot of the fire is out. I may not be able to quantify it in terms of percentage, but we've done much of the work, and I'm sure very soon we'll be able to put it under control.
But the accessibility made it so difficult for you. But will you say this is one of the hectic situations you've gone through in fighting fire in the region in this year?
Yes, in this year, this should be one of the hectic ones. One of the hectic ones we've experienced this year. But you can really see from the where the fire is that, in fact, access is a problem. It's a major problem. So at a point, the tenders had to be parked very far from where the fire is. We extend lengths of hoses, and these ones comes with frictional losses and water, its attendant water shortages and all that. So it's a challenge. Also, we just about 1 or 2 people, I understand, suffered some minor injuries, including a fireman and 1 civilian who have suffered some.
1 fire officer and a civilian.
A civilian has suffered some injuries. And
where are they now?
They are with the ambulance service. The ambulance service is also on hand to attend to the injured.
What happened exactly?
I don't have that information as to exactly what happened, but the fireman suffered some injury to his leg. Okay, so the civilian also had some debris falling on his head. and he was rushed to a nearby hospital. But the fireman suffered some injury on his leg, and he has been attended to by the ambulance service.
But did you get the cooperation you wanted from the public when you came here?
So like I indicated initially, we had some people resisting us initially, and others were also trying to salvage their items, and that was also affecting the firefighting efforts. And now we have the police also on hand to provide some order, and we are able to get free access to be able to fight the fire. Some are also helping us to be able to fight the fire.
But I know investigations have started.
Yes. Investigations have started, but I can't say anything now until we have good information on what actually led to the fire.
All right, so that's Mr. Ade, Peter Ade. He's with the Ghana National Fire Service. Yes, Nana.
Yes, I was looking for if you could ask him about the number of tenders currently on hand, how many men or fire officers they had available, and what the approach to the firefighting is, taking into consideration the direction of the wind and the spread of the fire and all that.
Okay, so you mentioned about the fire tenders that are scattered all over at the vantage locations. How many are here?
We have 4 fire tenders and a turntable ladder, making 5. So 5 fire tenders are currently on the ground.
You have enough men?
We have enough men to fight the fire.
But what's the approach now? I could see that you tried several approaches trying to fight the fire. What's the approach now? What approach are you using?
A little bit correction. We have 5 fire tenders. Okay. 5 fire tenders on the ground and a turntable ladder. Okay. So like I told you, the fire is not at one place. They are spread to other areas. So we have positioned the tender such that they can fight the fire and contain it. I get me. So you can see that we have circled around the area and positioned them at vantage points, and they are fighting it.
Okay. All right. So Nana, so that's Mr. Ade responding to the questions. He says that they have enough men and they have been positioned at the other ends of the market where the fire, or where you are having the fire here at the Central Business District. But we are having the formed police units. Earlier, they came with the water cannon to also help out in dousing the fire, and that actually helped in containing the fire at this section of the market before the fire tender coming in with the refilled water to also continue with the efforts here. And I can see the water cannon coming back again. Okay. The water cannon has come back again to try and help in the effort. So the water cannon, they are here for 2 purposes. So they are here to control the crowd, to leave the fire scene if they don't have anything doing here, to allow the fire officers the comfort and the ease to do their work, and also to help with the water to try to contain the fire situation.
If possible, let's have the cameraman show us pictures of that, so we can see the water cannon and all that it's doing.
So the water cannon is at the other side, trying to control the crowd. So the police were having difficulty. The police were having difficulty in controlling the crowd because people have come here. People are not willing to disperse from the scene. The police tried its best to try to get the people out of the place or out of the streets to allow the fire officers do their work. But later on, they had to call in the military. So we saw military officers here at the footbridge where we currently are standing. The military officers had come here to clear all of the people, the bystanders who had taken over the footbridge, not allowing access for the fire service personnel to do their work. But all of them have been cleared, and we saw also some personnel from the Ghana Prisons Service, the Ghana Immigration, as well as the Nadmo trying to help out to control the situation. So the water cannon has come back again, and it's going to also help try to douse the fire here. So pockets of fire still here. So that engine that came here, it's moving away. The water is empty now. It's moving away, and the water cannon is coming to continue with the efforts here at this part of the market.
Are you able to gauge how long it takes for an engine to go restock water and come back?
Well, I didn't put my mind to that. Yeah, Nana, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, I didn't put my mind to that, but so because of how the fire is spreading, more water needs to be pumped into the targeted areas,
right?
To ensure that it is controlled. So the fire is not a straightforward thing. It's spreading to shops and all that. So you see the top of that building, the explosion is still happening. It has burned from the first floor of the building, and it's now at the upper floor of that building, and that area is now being consumed. And that area, access to that area is very difficult. So the efforts now is where you have the congested areas, where you have these containers erected. So the water cannon is being directed. They are trying to find a way of dousing this particular fire that you can see in shots now. The water cannon is being redirected to at least get that fire off so that this portion can be done. Then the fire officers can also go to the other side of that building to contain the fire at the top of that building. So that is what is being done currently. So you see the police officer directing the water cannon to move towards this direction to get it to use the water after going to refill. So the water cannon has started, though not getting a very nice position because of the structures, how the structures are situated here.
Right.
The structures are just so scattered. The settlement here is so scattered.
It's blocking the path of the water from the water cannons.
Of the water, exactly, Nana. Exactly, Nana. So the driver is being redirected. The driver is getting that. Okay, just turning to get it very well. But because of the nature of the structures, we were told by the deputy regional security coordinator that they were going to bring in bulldozers to pull some of the structures to allow for more access.
Right.
So a gentleman has just tried to remove the roofs of one of the. Okay, so the water cannon is. It's missing the point.
It's missing the target.
It's missing the point.
Now it's firing beyond the wall.
Beyond the wall because of the access. So if there were these bulldozers coming in to at least get the structures out, access would have been more.
If you're able to look beyond the footbridge, what is behind the wall? Are people there? Just so that we're sure that no one is being fired with the water.
Well, no. So that place has been cordoned off.
Right.
That place has been cordoned off.
Well.
And there are military and police stationed there. That place has been cordoned off.
So this space will be underneath the footbridge, if I'm correct.
Yes, underneath, and yes, exactly, Nana.
But this is where the engine had stationed itself to be able to attack the fire engine that came earlier.
Yes, underneath the field bridge. So they try to pull the hose to enter the water hose to enter into one of the entrances at the place, and they were able to bring down the pockets of fire. But just that the situation or the water got finished, so they had to go back. The water got finished, they had to go back. So that is the situation, and that informed the decision to bring in the water cannon. And the water cannon has come to replace the efforts of the fire engine. The fire engine has just moved. The fire engine has moved and it has gone to refill and come back. But the water cannon is now doing the work now, but not getting the target because of the access. And this is the major challenge in fighting this fire. Access. That is what traders are talking about. That is what the fire service themselves are talking about. That is what the national security officers who have been deployed here to monitor the situation are also talking about, Nana.
And unfortunately, the water cannon is not like that of the hose of the fire service. That allows for easy targeting.
So exactly. Redirecting it is very, very, very difficult. So people are now saying that the water cannon should focus its efforts to the building, that building over there, because there's still fire raging in that building. And you see the smoke billowing from the incident. It's also making it difficult for visibility. So they are not able to see clearly at a very far point to be able to target the fire as it should be targeted. And so that's the target. So people are now telling the police to redirect their efforts to that building, which we are told are used as warehouses to store some of these products, these cosmetic products here, which are reigniting the fire. So the water cannon is still trying. So I think the direction is being gotten now. They are getting the target.
Right.
Not
it looks
so well,
better.
Nana. Not so well. Not so well. But the pockets of fire are being contained. The pockets of fire.
From where I sit, I want to believe it's the same with you. That is, if you are facing where the fire is, the building to your right, occasionally we see some flames going up. Is this as a result of the explosions you're seeing?
And the blast, Nana, yes, exactly. It is the building we are told that has been used as a warehouse.
A warehouse, right.
Yes, warehouse, not one warehouse, several of them, where you have the wholesalers storing or stocking their products there, so that when these retailers come, they come to buy from them. So all these container shops you see here, most of them are retailers who are dealing or who are engaged in retail activities in terms of the cosmetic products. So they buy from these wholesalers and they come over to sell to their customers. So that is the building that is currently and Nana, you know the Hello FM building, the building that houses the Hello FM.
Hello FM, yes.
That building has also
been affected.
That building has also been. Yes, it has been engulfed now.
Ooh, too bad.
It has been engulfed now.
Too bad.
People are telling the police to redirect their efforts there.
That means it just started on that building.
Yes, initially it started, but the fire officers were able to control the situation. Nana, the blast, the explosion.
Exactly.
You can hear in the background.
Exactly, and so that's when you see the flames going up in the air when there's an explosion.
Yes. So the water cannon is coming out to redirect its efforts to the other place. Okay,
Right.
so we are told that the Hello FM building is not part of it is affected, but the next building to the Hello FM building, that is where you have the fire been raging. That is why the fire is so serious. And this building where efforts are being called for to be sent there is that building where we are told has been used for a number of warehouses. And people are saying that the police and the fire service should go there and try and contain the situation. So they have been able to deal with the area here where the container shops are, because the damage has been caused at this portion already. But this other side is getting worse, and the people are calling on the fire service, the police, and the other agencies to try and then redirect their efforts and focus to that particular building where you are having the explosions happening sporadically to contain this fire.
Very well.
Now it's a very, 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 very serious situation today.
Indeed it is. And just so our viewers can appreciate what they are seeing, I mean, thick smoke, plumes of smoke there in your shot, and occasionally you see the flames going up in the air. We just want viewers to understand that this is a building which you have described has been converted into several warehouses, and the flame that they see going up is as a result of the explosion in there. Is this correct?
Yes, Nana. Yes, Nana. Yes, Nana. So, Nana, for those who know Kumasi very well, so from KNUST, you look up, you are able to see smoke, thick smoke billowing in the air. And,
just like I was saying, this flaring up is as a result of the explosion, the blast of products within this building.
Exactly, Nana. Exactly, Nana. Exactly. And that is what is drawing more attention. So, fire officers, another fire engine is going to the other side of that building because they don't have, or they cannot have access here due to the nature of this area. They have moved over there. We'll be going there to give viewers a very clear view of what is happening. They have redirected their efforts there, trying to move to that area. A fire engine has just been dispatched to that place. Try and then bring down the fire. Try and bring down the fire. So that area is now the focus. They have been able to confine the fire at this place. They are redirecting their efforts and focus to the other area where the fire is raging in that building, which we are told are being used for several cosmetics warehouses here. So the fire engine has just come to this place. People are here, onlookers, victims, passers-by, bystanders, what you can call them. People are standing here. People are not trading on a normal Friday, but people are watching fire burn their wares and all that. So fire officers have just arrived here with another engine. Another engine. Another engine tried to contain. So you see the incident there. People have tried to salvage their wares and all that, but for the unlucky ones, they were unable to salvage. They were not able to salvage anything from their shops. The shops have been burnt, and people are traumatized. People are devastated. It's not an easy Friday for people who are trading into so a victim is not happy. A victim is not happy. Some are crying. Some are crying. So you see the incident. The police is trying to disperse the crowd here. So a victim.
Fire service in this country. A gentleman said, "I'm at 4 o'clock. Now fire service. I go protect matters. I fear I say 3. I see you from door to door. I say you I feel claustrophobic. Almost a uniform. Almost a uniform, contact uniform. I bet you know somewhere faster before. It's annoying. This thing is annoying. And yet, remember, your young assume and be so long. I don't know what kind of said. I just started at 4 o'clock. I'm at 4 o'clock. This time, about 11:45. I go about 12. After 5:74, I'm about Central Market. The big China tunnel. About 7 now. I don't know what to say. Fire service cars, back 1 quarter. I'm going to Hello FM. After them, somewhere they say, Mianu, I said, uncompleted Central Market. Baby, matter, I will never rest. Son of a Kasa. I'm a protected, uncompleted project, which is Central Market. I'm a protected. I press I trust my one quarter. I press I trust my one quarter. I press I trust my one quarter. I do not say from door to door. First, I could be a sweat to say. I don't for. I took a castle. I said to me, Yanana, Kasa. Yanni come for Kasa. And there goes a center of Jan time. Nana, when you want Mr. Manuka Suminaso, Nana Kasa. If it's any come for, yes, and twelve. Say no crosser, or Baba Soria, and if I yes and twelve, Moyana Sonam Kasa. A Jano, Yananum, and I see Jano. His from Matian is say, Yanana, or Baba, if Jacobi, said Joey. Said Jonathan, a Jato, no, you come for, no, you come for, and some for you, sorry.
Okay, so that's a frustrated victim.
Clearly.
Venting his frustrations here. Venting his frustration. He's not happy about the development here. He has lost some items here, and that is drawing his frustration, and that is making him very, very, very unhappy about this situation. But the effort is now on this building, this particular fire officers trying to deploy more fire engines. So another engine is coming from the other side to try and then augment the efforts here. That is being done by one of the engines that arrived earlier on.
Right. And then we can see the challenge. Now its way is being blocked.
Access. So you see how people have really packed. Drivers are so adamant to even move their vehicles. The fire officers are still trying. The fire officers are still trying to make their way here with the fire tender, but it's not easy. People are also standing unperturbed. People have put their wares in the middle of the streets. People are standing unperturbed. They don't care. They don't care that there's a siren, there's something that is alerting them to give way for an emergency service to come in and then conduct its operation. People are just so adamant, just looking unperturbed and unconcerned. That is the attitude you find here, Nana.
Well, I'm not too sure why people will want to do that. Is it that it's a way of protesting against the fire service, or is it that they've lost so much, they've given up on hope? I am not too sure what is happening, but then of course it is important to create access for the fire tender to be able to come in and at least help douse the fire and save whatever it is that is left of the building. Now, Hafiz, within this area, I want to believe that there's a building that also is housed by the people that deal in electricals. Was this also affected? There's one building in this area where the electricals people operate from. If you know this building, are you able to tell whether it's been affected or not?
Okay, so before I'll respond to your question, people are booing at the fire service. They are not happy though fire service. The regional commander says he told us that his men have done a very good job in confining the fire, but because of the raging nature of the fire, people are still seeing that their effort is less. They should have done more to try to stop the spread of the fire, but they are trying their best, bringing in and out some fire tenders, trying to contain the fire completely. But they are facing a challenge of accessibility, a challenge of people obstructing their duties, and also people not just giving them the chance, not giving them the support they want to be able to do their work. But the fire officers are also not perturbed. They are also focused. Their focus is to douse the flame and all that. So to your question, Nana, where this I've seen one electrical shop where they deal in several electrical gadgets, that was gutted. That was gutted at the building that is next to the Hello FM building. FM building. So that building has been gutted. But on this building, you have this building that is currently the focus. You have a number of trading activities going on there. People sell different wares, different products, and different and are engaged in different activities.
Well, so clearly the concentration is on this building now. Do we know what is happening on the other side?
Okay, so the other side, from where I am, I can see the other side. I can see that another fire engine has moved to that area.
Right.
Another fire engine has moved to that area because that building next to Hello FM, where we are told the fire started from, that building, there are also pockets of fire. So fire at that place. So they have spread. They have the water cannon that was here and has been able to contain the pockets of fire at this place has been able or has moved to that area. So these two fire tenders that arrived here are also concentrating on that particular building. We are hearing sirens all over. So if you hear the siren, it's either the ambulance or the fire tender. So we are seeing the arrival of another fire tender at the scene that is going towards the building next to the Hello FM building.
So at this
access
point
is another challenge.
Right, so at this point, it's a joint effort between the various security agencies, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Ghana Police Service. You earlier mentioned Ghana Prisons. We have the ambulance service also on standby. National security is there. And you say the military has been called in to help with the crowd management.
Exactly, Nana. It has been coordinated efforts among the various agencies since morning. When we arrived here. So they have been helping the fire service. So the military, we're told that the military also have their ambulance. We're told that they also brought in, fire engine.
Right.
They brought that to also help. We had that confirmation from the Ghana National Fire Service. They said that the military came in with their fire engine to be able to contain the fire. So at this side of the market where the incident is happening, the situation has calmed down. Just that you are seeing debris or remnants or the destruction that has been suffered by these shops, by the fire. But the concentration is on that building where we are told are used as warehouses. That is where the concentration is, because you still have explosions
coming
at the top of that building.
From that building.
So unconfirmed, unconfirmed reports we are picking up suggest, though we cannot independently confirm. We're told that at that building where we are hearing that explosion, they sell weapons there.
Ooh, okay.
Yes. Yeah,
but this is not confirmed.
Weapons there.
This is not confirmed.
Yes, we can't independently confirm that. But this is what you hear from people who are here. So when some of these incidents happen, people have a lot to say. So
exactly,
you just have to be careful.
This building that is currently
we know there are combustibles.
Right. So this building that is currently affected, where the concentration of the firefighting or the firefighters is, how many floors is this building? And then, of course, how big is it? Because it looks as though more effort is needed to douse the fire there.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, we have about 50 shops. We have over 50 shops in that building, in that particular building.
So is this a two-story or a three-story building?
Yeah, two-story.
Two-story building, right.
Two-story.
Right.
Yes, two-story building. Yeah, two-story building.
So you have the ground floor and the first floor. And both floors are currently on fire.
And you know, most of the shops are also divided.
Okay.
Yeah, they are divided into two. So you have 2 people occupying one shops, but they have been partitioned, and people are occupying and engaging in retail activities and all that. So that is the concentration now. The fire officers are taking their concentration there to be able to contain the spread of the fire. But trading activities within the central business district, Nana, has come to a halt on a Friday.
Do we know if, I mean, we had a gentleman who just spoke, mentioned that the fire started at about 4 a.m., but that is his account.
Yeah.
Do we know if trading had started this morning and has to come to a halt because of the fire, or trading people did not open their shops at all when the fire started?
So, Nana, for the central business district, for those who sell second-hand clothing, even sometimes at 3 a.m. when you come here, you find people here starting their day. So some of these shops where they have or they use as their warehouses for the people who sell the second-hand clothing, they were here. But for other shops where they sell phone accessories and other items like the cosmetic products, you find people coming in maybe in the morning, like 8 a.m., coming to open their shops. So most of those ones were not in when the fire started. But for the traders who trade on pavements, you know, sometimes it's first come, first serve.
Yes.
Some people come to just take over the pavement. So people who are able to report early are able to secure a space.
Right.
So for those traders, they come as early as 3 a.m. Sometimes you move through the central business district, you see that people are already setting up. For those who don't have permanent or lockable shops, already coming out to set up their businesses on the pavement to start their trading activity. But people with lockable shops, sometimes they come from 7 a.m. and from 7 a.m. to start their trading activity.
And so for the traders who operate from the pavements, and then of course the second-hand clothing people, we all know, I mean, the first selection people, they must have witnessed it when the fire started.
Exactly, Nana. Exactly, Nana. And most of them had to place calls to the fire service, who also deployed their men here.
Right. We've seen that the police water cannon vehicle has come back.
Yes. It's trying. There are pockets of fire at this concentrated area. So it's trying to, access is still a problem. You know, the water cannon is not able to target the fire.
Exactly. It's
like
not as flexible as the hose of the fire service. So it will be difficult to do proper targeting. And this is the concern.
Wow,
exactly. This is the concern I was raising earlier regarding whether people were behind the wall, and when the cannon begins to spray, people won't be hit.
No, okay. So
and this is what has just happened.
That is the other side of the park here, where people had salvaged and evacuated their.
This is where the vehicle was earlier before moving to its current position. And that was my concern earlier when it was spraying beyond the wall, whether people won't be hit by the water coming from its cannons. Yes, and now that it's come round to the other side, it is now hitting the people who have taken over its previous position.
Yes. So the water cannon is now getting the target.
Right. Because that particular shot just behind the wall still had fire in it.
Yes, behind the wall. Fire in it, exactly. And that is the concentration. Okay, so the target has been met now, the water cannon. So we're told by the security officers that they were going to bring some of these drip machines, the bulldozers, to be able to
at least create some access.
Yes, but till now we have not seen anything like that. We don't know what is happening. We've not seen anything like that. We're waiting to see if we could get access, or getting them to break this wall, this particular wall. That is, the water cannon could have could have done a very good job by spraying the area very well. Yes.
Yes, because it's got a lot of force in the water that it's spraying. So if there's a proper targeting, then it will do a better job, I think.
A better job because of the pressure it comes with.
Exactly. I think the fire is still coming back up with the shop just behind the wall. Is it?
Yes, there's still fire. There's still fire in that. There's still fire in that. So that is the concentration by the police trying to get this thing. Trying to get the targets or the fire. So the water cannon has moved forward. It is just close to the wall.
Yes.
So if the bulldozers were here to break down the wall, there would have been enough access for the water cannon to even douse the pockets of fire that are still contained at this section.
At this section of the market.
Section of the incident area. And that is the difficulty the police is also finding, trying to get this done. But I must commend the coordinated efforts by our security services. I must commend them. There's been this coordination today. I've seen the police is coordinating with the fire service, the military, immigration, the Ghana prisons service, and also the ambulance service also. Because we've seen some ambulances that were brought in here. We're told some casualties were recorded, 2 people, 1 civilian and another fire officer. We are told they've been taken to the hospital. We'll be getting an update from the Ghana ambulance to or the National Ambulance Service to tell us what is the state of these people. And the coordination today was just perfect, and that is why what we are seeing today by our military officers who are trying their best to contain the situation. So we are not experiencing, or I'm not hearing that blast again or that explosion again. But there's still fire in that building.
In the building.
The top of that building.
Earlier I was asking.
The fire officers at that end are also making some efforts, trying to control the situation. The fire officers are making a lot of effort trying to contain that situation.
So I mean, we are not experts. We are not
people.
Hello,
for the people who at least have come here to watch the situation, it's not so easy for them. It's not so easy. It's not so easy for them. For the people who are here to watch the situation, it's not so easy, especially with the victims who are coming here to watch. So people are talking about how the Ghana National Fire Service should be resourced. People are saying that the Ghana National Fire Service should be resourced because with this kind of issue where the Ghana National Fire Service was having challenge in trying to get access, there could have been drones or maybe helicopters to fight the fire. People are calling, or this incident is reminding duty bearers and stakeholders to at least consider some of these mechanisms in terms of proactive or in terms of the advanced way of fighting fire. So we are seeing the drip equipment, like I told you, Nana, the drip equipment, arriving with water to help. So the water cannon will need water. More fire engines that are being deployed here will also need water. So the drip has just brought in water. The drip machine or the drip tank water to supply to these services, to the driver on how you can connect to water to these fire engines, to be able to get this done, bring the fire under control. So that building, there's still fire in that building. So you can see water flying. The fire officers, I think they have moved the turntable ladder, which was stationed at one of the areas, to that place. and then the fire is coming down. There are efforts to contain the situation. So the water there, flowing there at the other end of the building, which is just close to the Roman Hill area. For those who know Kumasi very well, these are major trading hubs in the Kumasi metropolis. And this area where the fire is concentrated is the middle or the center of the central business district, Adum. So for Adum, people are engaged in several, so especially for people who are into second-hand clothing, the cosmetic products, the sale of cosmetic products, the sale of the phone accessories, mobile phones, laptops, computer accessories, and all that. So people come here, a number of people come here in a congested city to at least trade and also go about their duties. So the fire is being contained at the other side of the market. We are seeing the drip equipment, one of the drip equipment that is a water tank that has been or that has brought in water to supply to the water cannon here, which I think is out of water now. It is empty now, I'm told, to be able to continue with the firefighting efforts. Packets of fire at this congested area. But that building, concentration is now there. The fire officers are making frantic efforts to try and contain the situation. So that is the situation we are seeing now. For those joining us now on Channel 1 TV, this is our of the fire incident that is happening in the middle of the central business district of the Kumasi metropolis, and we are bringing to you live coverage, live pictures of the incidents here. Several shops. We are unable to tell the exact number of shops or the extent of damage, but fire officers have told us that they have begun investigations into the situation, and they want to ensure that their men are able to control the situation before leaving here completely. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy for the people here. So people are angry. They are not happy about some of the efforts or some of the tenders coming in and are being ineffective, being able to, and they are calling for enhanced measures. People are calling for enhanced measures and advanced measures in controlling incidents like this. They say it is a wake-up call for authorities to try and then maybe provide the Ghana National Fire Service with more equipment, with advanced equipment in fighting fire. So one of the drip machines, which is the water tanker, has come here. So I think they are going to supply the water to the water cannon here.
Right.
And they are trying to see if they can do the connection.
Good stuff. Now, Hafiz, I mean, we are not experts, but it's an observation, and I don't know if you've observed same. It's as though the fire service deals with the major fire, and then when it comes down, it leaves the police cannon to do the mop-up so that the fire tender or the fire officers move on to other spots where the fire is quite big. Are you observing same?
Exactly. That is what is happening. That is what is happening, Nana. I've observed same. So because of the explosions and the spread of the fire in that building, so fire officers have moved their concentration and their efforts at that area. So, and because they were not getting access from this place to that area, that particular area, they have used the other routes, the Roman Hill area to the Central Market area, and they have placed their water engines or the fire engines from one side of the building and to the middle of the building. And you can see how the fire is, the water is being pumped into the building to try and then control the fire.
Right. So this building, we understand it's a two-story building. You have the ground floor and then the first floor. Are both floors on fire, or is it just the top floor? Because that's where we see the explosions and then the flames going up in the air.
Yes, both have fire.
Both
have fire.
fire.
Yes, both have fire. Yes, yes, both have fire. Both have fire, and all the shops. So initially, when the fire had started, or when the fire was coming from the other side of the building, the adjoining shops, owners of adjoining shops, were trying to salvage their wares, but they saw that the fire was spreading rapidly, so they had to leave the scene for safety. So they didn't have any option. Although some of them were able to salvage some of the items or their wares, others could not, because some of the shops are not still open, and sometimes without permission it's difficult for people breaking into some of these shops. But for other shops, even though the owners were not in, some broke into the shops, tried to salvage the wares, and later the owners had come, but with the assistance of the police officers who were here. With the assistance of the police officers who were here. So they were able to break into the shops and remove their items to allow the fire service have access to some of the areas which were, or some of the shops which have been engulfed by the fire.
Very well. Hafiz, are you able to take us around so we can see the action regarding that particular building where the explosions were coming from, and so we can at least follow the process and gauge the progress of the work of the fire service?
Exactly. So we are moving to that end of the fire to get the scene or the pictures of the fire. To that particular area, and for this side, the building, this is what it has turned into. So on a normal day, this area will be.
I was just about saying that we're not seeing the explosions as we were seeing earlier, but I think I just saw one. And so clearly it looks like a difficult one for the National Fire Service and, of course, the other security teams that are helping currently at Adum to help douse that fire. But as it is, several shops, several of them have been destroyed by this fire that we're being told started at about 4 a.m. this morning, ravaging shops at the Central Business District of Adum in the Ashanti Regional Capital, Kumasi. Let's bring you some shots or visuals that we took early on in the day so you can appreciate the extent of devastation and of course, the destruction that has happened over the period. So just before Hafiz went off, you saw the buildings that or what is left of the buildings so far. This is what it looked like early on in the day when the fire started, and now it's just being reduced to rubble, basically what we're seeing now. Early on in the day when the fire began and was spreading rapidly amongst the various shops there in Adum. This is an area where you have the second-hand clothes dealers, an area where you have people who sell or deal in cosmetics. Then you have the mobile phone accessories people as well. Now, if you use the Roman Hill area, down that hill is where you have the Casualty people also. And so you can tell that all these products or wares, highly combustible, and so have contributed to that rapid spread of fire. Just before Hafiz went off, we saw that two-story building where the fire service was now concentrating its firefighting efforts, and of course the explosion from that particular building and how the flames from the explosion were going up in the air. A major difficulty the fire service has said time and time and again has to do with access to the scenes of fire incidents because mostly these areas are very congested, and so it proves a bit difficult for the fire engines or the fire tenders to access these incidents, the scenes of these fire incidents, making the firefighting process a bit difficult. Now, we've also seen the masses, the people who have massed up around the scene, and the difficulty or the challenge they are posing to the security officers or officials. At the point we even saw the resistance or the protest in allowing the fire service or the fire engines to make their way to the fire scene. We've heard them actually booing the fire officers because the concern is that the fire officers were unable or did not show up on time, and that if they had, then they could have helped salvage the situation. But of course, we've seen the men. We're told that there's 5 fire tenders currently on hand at the scene, with an extra one, making it 6. The turntable ladder, in addition, making it 6 engines or equipment currently at the scene, helping to douse the fire. And then we've had the Ghana Police Service also augmenting the efforts of the fire service with their water cannon, which you saw there, spraying some water at the fire as well. And so these are pictures from the morning, early on in the morning. Currently, this place has been raised. It does not look the same as it is. And of course, we brought you live pictures for you to appreciate the extent of damage or destruction that this raging inferno has left in its trail. Firefighters still on the scene, helping to douse it entirely. But as you would have it, the fire currently is still on in certain parts of the Adum market. So these are pictures from early on in the day. But the situation is happening in Kumasi, the Ashanti regional capital, the central business district in Adum, where we've picked reports that the fire started at about 4 a.m. this dawn, and it's currently still ongoing. It's just about midday. And a few minutes to midday, if you ask me, and the fire is still ongoing. We've seen the difficulty in accessing the fire scene itself. We're told that investigations have already begun. Fortunately, though, we've been told also that there's been no mortalities, and then that the casualties that were recorded were 2 individuals, a fire officer and a civilian. For the civilian, we understand some debris fell and hit him on the head, and he has been rushed to the hospital. But for the fire service officer or the firefighter, he suffered an injury to his leg, and so he has been attended to by the Ghana Ambulance Service, who are also on standby, on hand at the scene to provide service whenever same is required. And so the story is that fire has gutted several shops, lots of them, at the central business district in Adum, in the Ashanti regional capital. We've seen the regional minister there early on this morning to commiserate, to console the affected traders, and of course give them some level of assurance. Firefighters still on hand, currently fighting the fire, doing the best they can to stop the fire from its continuous spread. Early on, when we spoke with the fire officer who speaks for the service in the region, he mentioned that the plan was to contain the fire, and so they are circling the area where the fire is so that it does not spread to other buildings, other structures, or other shops. Hafiz Tijani, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, is joining us once again, this time via telephone, to give us an idea of what has happened so far. So, Hafiz, just before you went off, we established the fact that the fire service officers were now concentrating their efforts on this particular two-story building where we were seeing and hearing the explosions from. Bring us up to speed with what has happened so far. Is there any update that you can share with us?
Well, Nana, like I said, the smoke that is billowing from the building or the fire scene is getting so intense. And visibility is very poor for firefighters to be able to locate the fire to fight it very well. But there are still pockets of fire in the building, the top of the building. That is the concentration now. So the fire tenders or the fire engines are moving away because I'm told they are out of water. They are going to refill and then return to fight the situation here. But I have with me here the Ashanti Regional Director of the Disaster Management Organization, Mr. Frank Diodi. He has been here with his men, also helping in the firefighting effort, trying to contain the situation. You are welcome to Channel 1 TV. Thank you very much. So, what are we seeing now? What is the concentration now?
Currently, looking at the situation, all that we're trying to do is those fires that are still on, the fire service personnel would want to bring the fire under control now. We make sure that it wouldn't extend to the other. You can see that a whole enclave in X circular form. We have those down there and about 3-4 buildings, which have close to about 600 shops and over. You can see at the other side where the line of that of Hello FM, we were fortunate. The one before it, the ground floor, the first floor, the third floor was good. But due to panic, people decided to release or take off their goods from the shop. But both top floor and the very one getting to the picture and about, you can see that the last floor, then the last but one floor, they were all affected by the fire. Actually, that is where the fire started, before it got to the back where they sell the spectacles and all that. But the unfortunate thing is, when you assess the whole area and you look at what is down there, it will be very, very extremely difficult for a tender or even a pickup. Even motor cannot have access down there to that place. And look at the structures that are there, partial wood, metal, but the unfortunate thing is all the products that they are selling there are petroleum products. We have polythene bags, we have sprays, we have that of rubber, among that you could count of it. You've been here for quite a time, but you could hear at the point the fire will explode, somehow with a huge noise, particularly getting to the footbridge area where the food vendors used to have their gases and all that. So it gives you a rough idea what has gone on there. The challenge that we face from the moment that we got to the scene, we have access to the very place. That is the whole challenge. But now looking at it, what do you see for yourself? You would want to let the fire calm down, then we get down to be able to have a pure assessment, to have a fair view of the happenings that is seen.
So you are part of the Regional Security Council meetings when you go. Do you relay some of these concerns? Because we know this is not the first time a fire incident is happening, and the challenge has always been access. Do you relay some of these concerns to the city authorities?
It's very interesting for you to ask this question. But this is the question that you've asked about 4, 5 years, 6, 7 years ago, that you keep on repeatedly asking from the metro level, among the council that takes decision, things that need to be done, that of Asafo Market. You know, you saw what I went there to do. You know the challenges that we went through. The whole situation is, yes, it's something that we give recommendation, we write, then we talk about. But the challenge that we are having is the traders. You saw how they are talking and how people are insulting that of personnel that we are on the ground working. But the issue is, they are their own, they cause all these problems. Why do we say so? There are aspect rules that we leave in all these that we do. But the unfortunate thing is, you will come, then you continue to see the encroachment day in and day out. People are doing it overnight. Then you come, touch one, you touch all. And at the end of the day, they will tell you that you are insensitive. But they do forget, should there be any issue like what we are witnessing now? That is the result that we are going to have. So these are things that we have been pushing always. But the fortunate thing is, we have city engineers, we have the other authorities that need to take that action step by step. If those things are not done, and you come to the extent of fighting fire and extent of we managing disaster issues, it becomes a difficult situation. The engineers and the various market authorities have to be up and doing and make sure access road is an access road. They are not just there for fun. They are there for emergency situations. They are there for them to offload heavy duties and all their work. Then leave the road ajar so that in case of anything, we could come in at any point in time. If we had access to this very place, the fire wouldn't have extended to this area.
So it's a multifaceted issue. So you mentioned about the traders. That can be blamed on attitude. You mentioned about so from where you sit, is it a lack of political will to deal with this or just attitude of the people?
Let's put it all together. Why do I say so? Because you will have somebody that you go, that then a call goes to a different end, then people will be calling for you to stop, the people will be asking you. In situations like they don't give you the right questions. The person wouldn't even report to say, I'm in the right of way or sitting in the road. But usually all that they talk of it, they are attacking it. How do we eat? At the end of the day, let's come to what do we see now. This is the question that we need to ask. How do they eat? Because looking at the situation now, it's not when you have the work, then when you are located at a specific place that you could trade. And the fortunate thing is, Kumasi, the central business has been a central attraction. People are coming from all sorts of areas.
Even outside the region.
I grew up here, and I'll tell you, I could go down and tell you the very people that they apply the trade with their mother that they are. There are people that are new in the system. Now and then everybody finds his way that he wants to come and find a place, then get where to trade. These are the challenges that we are facing. And it means one, the political will, two, authorities and technologies need to sit up and let's forego those little things that we take off that cause us all these problems. If you don't handle it from that angle, that is why I talk about these things and I usually go by. We need to attack this or solve this from the military point of view. No mercy for anybody. Let's go by it. The very thing that you are doing is for the good people. If you do that, this is what we are going to witness. It saddens me what I'm seeing here today. It's more than the whole region is in a grief, looking at what has gone on down there. But this could have been prevented. If they're working down there, would understand. If they themselves will understand the work and what authorities are working for them and give them the rule and obey the rules, wouldn't have witnessed.
Of course, today's incident is a wake-up call. So, what will be the recommendation from Nadmo as part of your report you'll be sending? What will be your recommendation? What should be done so we don't wake up, talk about it, go to sleep, and wake up to maybe talk about this again?
It's been the daily routine recommendations that we do. About 3-4 years ago, you saw that we went. Then look at the actions that have been put in place. But and the people applying their trade down there. It's a challenge. Haven't you witnessed a second fire incident today? Is it far from what happened? That is a challenge situation. For me as a trader, it's a key thing. It's something that we would want to go by. Then since authorities are working to hold the rules, as we keep on that we say, we will continue on to let them know. The need for right of way, not right of way where pedestrians walking, but a very way which tenders could pass through and at any point in time, you could just fight incidents like this. If we don't allow for these things to go on, then the recommendations that day in and day out will be put on. You've been coming to the office, you've been talking about this. If I told you to go into your archives, you have answers for all this. The very old ones that we do give them, that at the end of the day, traders are the key people. They should take part for their own good. Then we should have right of way in every market, that you could have a distance at any point in time. When car comes in, we could fight this fire, then we will go. This should be a fire that could have been stopped within 2 hours in the morning. But looking at the nature of the area and how you could not even get access, a motorcycle could not even get access to. That is bringing the extent.
So I know Nadmo, you will be doing your access after this. That's happening.
That you know, we will send to authorities and we will expect the government to come. What are we talking of? Like this. We finish up with the assessment. To get things right, send it to the then to what happened.
The Ashanti Regional Director of the National Disaster Management Organization, Frank Dio, the Nadmo. So he has been talking about several other recommendations they have sent to the Regional Security and the Metro Security Council and even national to at least solve some of these issues, because this is not the first fire incident, and when any fire incident happens, the problem or one of the key recommendations is usually access, how fire or agency service providers are able to have access to these areas. So he says that if there's access, the fire officers would have been able to contain the fire, and it would have been minor. It shouldn't have escalated to this extent. So he's worried about how some of these recommendations are swept under the carpet, they are shelved, and they are not implemented. And he fears that some of these things are just going to be repeating in the wake of this incident, Nana.
Very well, Hafiz, now let's get back to the building where the firefighting is happening. So the police cannon, the water cannon vehicle, we saw it leave just before you went off. Is it that it's left because then the water tanker, as part of the drip equipment, had brought in water? Is it leaving to go assist the firefighters on that building?
Yes, I think they were finding means to unload the water from the drip water tanker, to unload the water from the water tanker into the water cannon before we left to the other side of the building or the schools. But what we are seeing here is that the area is
Hello, Hafiz. Hello, Hafiz.
Can you hear me?
Yes, it's better. I lost you momentarily. If you can rehash that for me.
Yes. So I'm saying that the officers were trying to connect the hose so that they can unload the water or transfer the water into the water cannon, so they can solve the water issue in the water cannon, to continue to help the water cannon continue to douse the fire. What we are seeing here at the other side of the building, where we have the concentration, is that the fire engines, two of them have left. They are out of water,
right.
So they have gone to refill and come back. But one other has come in, and fire officers are still trying to control the situation. But the major challenge now, even though access is still a problem, but the flames have taken over the city, and it is making visibility very, 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 very poor for fire officers to be able to see the extent of the fire, or the exact place where the fire is happening. So that is a challenge now for the fire officers here.
Is the crowd still there, or have they been dispersed by the police and other security agencies?
The police have made efforts, military are making efforts to disperse them, but most of them are adamant. They are not budging. They don't want to move. They are still here in their numbers. People, whether affected or not affected, people are still here. But for the affected, they are still grieving. Those who are not affected, they are only here to catch a glimpse of the incident and passing commentaries on what is happening. And we are seeing also scrap dealers who are also coming around. You know, the usual thing when there's fire, scrap dealers are coming around to also the debris and find so that is what you find here.
Right. Earlier we saw the regional minister, Dr. Frank Amoakohene, at the scene. Were you able to engage him, and what did he say?
Dr. Frank Amoakohene received briefing from the deputy coordinator security coordinator, regional security coordinator, when he arrived at the scene, and the regional police commander and the fire officers who have been deployed there. He received some briefing from them. He was taking rounds to the affected areas and the affected buildings. And then we tried engaging him, but he declined. He declined on matter. We were told that he was supposed to, because the president is in town, so he has to meet the president so they can go about the itinerary of the president. So he left the scene. But we are informed that the regional minister is going to come back to assess the situation proper and give us the or maybe as far as the incident is concerned now.
Very well, Hafi. So the firefighting is still ongoing. We understand that the concentration is on one of the buildings where we're seeing explosions come from early on. The explosions still happening, or has it stopped now?
No, it has stopped. Just that you have a fire around the place, and I saw this on TV. I just saw a signpost that has an inscription: trading here is prohibited. Offenders will be prosecuted. And this is a signpost by the Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly. But right underneath the signpost, people are trading. And you would tell this is a concern from Nadmo, from the Ghana National Fire Service, from the other authorities on how access has become a challenge. People are taking over pavements to engage in all sorts of trading activities. And the decongestion of the city is becoming so difficult and making the city so congested, and access usually becoming a problem when there are some incidents like what is happening today. So the Nadmo is raising the same concern, and people are just trading anyhow, not able to be cleared by the city authorities. Usually there are efforts to clear, and these efforts are made when the traders are cleared, or when some of these illegal structures are cleared. In the span of a week, you see them re-erecting or coming back to these areas, and it has times commuters or people who use the pathway have difficulty even moving through the central business district to carry out their own activities. And it's not a very good situation from the authorities and also people who are concerned.
For the buildings around that have not been affected, and from where you stand, are you able to see, or are you in a position to tell whether the shops in those buildings that have not been affected are open?
Some are open, others are not. Yes, some are open. So on the ground floor, most of them came in later because of how the fire was raging at the top. They had to open the shops and then take out some of the waste. But some of the buildings are not still open. We don't know if the owners around or if they have been advised by the fire service not to open because of the situation. We cannot tell, Nana.
Very well, but then what you can tell is that trading is not as brisk as you would expect on a Friday morning in Adum.
Yes, and part of the Roman Hill area, trading has come to a standstill.
What of progress regarding the firefighting itself? Are you able to gauge whether, because earlier on, I think the smokes were blocking the visibility of the firefighters. Has this eased up a bit?
Yes, it's still the same. It's still the same, but the fire officers are still making frantic efforts trying to contain the situation. It's still the same here. The smoke taking over the part of the central business district, and visibility is very, 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 very low. And the fire officers still maneuvering their way though, trying to bring the situation under control. They are still making more and more efforts, but it has not been easy. It's been so hectic, so hectic for the fire officers there.
Well, when you spoke with the PRO for the fire service in the region, he mentioned that they had 5 engines or 5 tenders currently on standby or on hand with doing the fighting, plus 1 turntable ladder. How many do you see currently tackling the fire in this particular building?
So 2 of the tenders have left here. It's only 1 that is here, where the fire officers are trying to contain the situation. It's only 1 that is here. So they are trying to locate an exact route where they can go at the top of the building to place their hose there and then get the fire down. But it's not been easy. It's not been easy. So the debris that scattered all over. Debris scattered all over the place. Debris scattered all over the place. You see.
But do you see the police water cannon and then the tanker that's supposedly brought water to the scene?
Okay, so that is at the other side of the Hello FM building. I've come to the Roman Hill area of the Central Market where the concentration was on that shop. So because of the smoke that is billowing from the building, it's not easy. It's not easy for them. The fire officers are not able to get to the top because that's where the main concentration is. They are not able to get to the top of the building, and there are pockets of fire. There are pockets of fire at the very top of that building. So they are trying to locate a place, a route where they can at least get to contain the spread. But the smoke is making it so difficult for them. But fire officers is still making enough effort. They're trying to get close to see the exact damage. Trying to get close to see what is happening at the scene of the incident. So the debris just all over here. Okay, so the turntable, the fire that has the fire engine, the turntable ladder that has been situated at the area where you have the second phase of the Central Market. So part of the cordon off area, the barricade has also been affected. Part of the barricade has also been affected. So because the traders trade on the pavement, so most of the goods on the pavement have also been affected.
Right.
I can see bent tubers of yam lying all over here, and other wares lying over here, and then the barricade is so dark, and the fire engine, one of the fire engines have been stationed there so that it doesn't get to the project. It doesn't get to the project site. So that is what we are experiencing currently.
Right. Do you see any activity by the fire officers aside the 1 tender that is currently left to fight that of this particular building? Is there any other activity in other affected areas? Is there some mopping up ongoing?
Yes. So the concentration now is still on this particular building at the top floor where they are not able to access. But the other concentration is on the pockets of fire at the other end of the incident or the market. So that is where they are trying to contain the pockets of fire so that it doesn't spread also to other structures. So that's the concentration. But more of the concentration is on the top of this building, which is close to the project site of the Central Market, phase 2 of the Central Market project. And that is what is being done currently.
The gentleman you spoke with earlier raised some allegations that the officers that came had gone to protect the new project. What's the proximity between the new project and this one? How close is it?
Well, very close. It's just a stone throw. Very close, Anna. Very close.
And
very
so there's
close.
a possibility of it being affected by this fire if it's allowed to spread.
Yes, even part of the to see that there are dark spots as a result of the smoke from on the barricades that have been erected at the construction site, and then the debris because they chew some of the materials, and because people trade at these areas, the fire spread. Where I told you about the fence tubers of yam, all of that are lying at the main entrance of the construction site, going into the construction. Okay, so we have someone who was doing poultry. All of them have been burnt. So the cage here, poultry in the cage, all of them charred particles of poultry that are sold here. All of them that have gone into ashes, and for the construction site is very close, and the construction workers have come out. So that will inform the main reason why the contractors also help in the firefighting efforts.
Right. So that means that currently, even at the construction site, there is no activity.
No, there's no activity. No activity. The workers are currently relocating the debris or trying to fix the debris here that have piled up at the entrance of their site. They are trying to clear all of the debris over here that have been piled up at the site here.
Right. Do we have any updates on the civilian who was injured?
Well, we are yet to get to the ambulance service personnel to speak to them because they had taken charge of that. When the incident happened, when we came in the morning, we didn't see the presence of them. But because of how the situation was getting intense, there was a need with a coordinated effort to bring them in so that if there are some incidents of this sort, they are able to solve this thing. And when they came in here, we were told that there are some casualty or some kind of injuries where they had to take care of.
And this has to do with one fire officer and one civilian.
Exactly, but we don't know if there could be more. But we'll be speaking to the Ghana National or the National Ambulance Service personnel, the ambulance service personnel, to get them to tell us how many people have been injured, so that we will be able to get the firm grip of the number. But for now, we only know of 2, which have been confirmed by the CRO of the National Service, Ghana National Fire Service in the Ashanti region, who confirmed this to us. So the fire at the building is still the focus, but it's not so easy for the fire officers here who are still trying their best to get this done. Who are still trying to get their. So the electricity company of Ghana, they have also come here to disconnect this area. So there's no electricity, there's no power. This enclave, this part of the metropolis, there's no power here. The electricity company of Ghana has come to at least disconnect power so that it doesn't result into any unforeseen happening.
Very well. And then you also mentioned that some arrests have been made. Do we have a figure? And these people, well, you say allegedly were looting?
Yes, I have seen police officers pick up about 5 people who were all in cuffs. They were taken away because they took advantage of the situation. They took advantage of the situation to loot some of the items that were being salvaged or evacuated from the shops. And they had to pick them up. But we'll be speaking to the police to get an exact figure of or whether there are going to be some charges against them.
Very well, Hafiz. Thank you so much. We'll be coming back to you for some updates as and when. But thank you so much. Hafiz Tijani is our Middle Belt Bureau chief. He has been leading that team there, currently on the grounds at the scene of the fire in Adum, the Central Business District, where several shops have been gutted by fire that we are being told started at about 4 a.m. This morning. Firefighters are currently on the scene. It's a coordinated joint effort from National Security, Ghana Police Service, Ghana National Fire Service, the military, the ambulance service, all of them currently present and stationed at the fire scene to help protect lives and, of course, whatever it is that is left regarding property after fire destroyed several shops at Adum this morning. We've been bringing you a special coverage, a live coverage of that ravaging inferno through the Central Business District of Adum in the Ashanti Regional Capital, Kumasi. My name is Nanatufo Boating. Early on, David Kwekusechi and Jifakedi Akutu were on Breakfast Daily and brought you live pictures from the Central Business District. Stay with us here on Channel 1 Television. We'll be bringing you updates in our subsequent programming. Thank you for your time and do have a good afternoon.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Paying for your Showmax is easy. Just choose your preferred payment method from these easy and convenient options. MTN Momo, Visa or MasterCard, Showmax vouchers at DSTV or GoTV sales agents, or use a promo code. Enter your payment details and hit submit. Showmax. Pay easy, stream easy.
From 2012, we have gathered for new wine. 13 years later, Levites gather. It's time to be refreshed, renewed, and poured out. Ladies and gentlemen, MOG Music presents New Wine 2025. Theme, Back to the Basics. Venue, First Love Center. Encounter true power with ministrations from Joe Metal, Kwame Jedu, Reverend Barry Nikwe, Pastor Isaiah, and Obapa Christie. Date, 30th March. Time 5 p.m. Rate single 100 Ghana cedis, VIP 200 Ghana cedis, family of 5 450 Ghana cedis. Sponsors Omni Basic Bank, Secure Sanitary Pad, eTransact, Knowledge Tree International, Tank Palace Hotel, and Oasis Studios. Media partners, your ticket awaits you. Get it now. Dial *389 *777 # or visit Airport Shell, Community 11 Shell, Bachana Total, Royal House, and First Love Center. Let the Levites arise in this generation. We're going back to the basics. Ready?
In a fast-growing urban environment like Accra, safety is as important as the air that we breathe. Hear the real stories from those who now feel safe like never before with Response One.
Hello Ghana, I'm Tommy Ananforson. Our homes are our sanctuary. But safety is not all about locks, fences, and cameras. This is where Response One comes in. Their advanced monitored alarm system just doesn't record crime, it prevents it. In moments of danger, Response One's 24/7 monitoring ensures immediate help. With their theft protection guarantee, this is true peace of mind. I trust Response One to keep my family safe. You should too. Visit responseoneghana.com or call 0302 Secure 1.
Response One. Stay connected, stay protected.
Have you ever wondered how newspapers make their way from the printing press to the newsstand? One major distribution point is the Orion Cinema area at Kwame Nkrumah Circle, known as a hub for newspaper distribution. Every morning, vendors gather there to collect their stock. Frequent newspaper reviews and the proliferation of online news platforms are often blamed for the steep decline in print newspaper sales. Kwame Nyame, a vendor with 45 years in the business, confirms this concern. He suggests that media houses should consider airing newspaper reviews in the afternoon rather than in the morning.
The media for you say the way we review and around 6 to 7 and almost stop na gaga woman yanu be around 2 and now 1 but baba kure say because say social media crap o bebre o go to kakra bi o kan nyina they say na say aduma no asa aduma na say kra ntino they say abanye bi won de ani edu be crap a graphic crap e be bi won nti yesre mo mwetimi anka mo stop but you can't be one for a bobby amaye won by do so say they say one be say media no graphic do say first no by me capital me 200 graphic bear 300-400 a day by say graphic o the graphic 50 ko jakwa nkrapo a me ton.
William Odame, who has been in the business since 1989, points to rising production costs as another blow to vendors. These costs force publishers to increase cover prices, discouraging buyers. Due to dwindling sales, he now supplements his income by selling lotto papers.
If you are a vendor and then you want to take care of your children or want to take care of your work so that you will not fall in debt, you have to sell several papers, including lotto papers, writing banker to banker and other things, so that you combine all the profits. If you have a profit motivation, then you can earn up your living. If you lose, I don't think the debtors will come to you and then they will all collect their money from you and you'll be hot. Sometimes there is newspapers. Formerly, we are not writing banker to banker on our table, so we don't sell lotto papers formally. some are Christians and they don't want to engage in that business. But since things are going up, you can't sell newspapers alone to earn up your living, because at the end of the day, people who patronize it are very, very few people. And nowadays, people have engaged in staking lotto. So the lotto papers, the purchasing power is very great than that of the newspapers. So if you are a vendor and then you want to take care of your children or want to take care of your work so that you will not fall in debt, you have to sell several papers, including lotto papers, writing banker to banker and other things, so that you combine all the profits. If you have a profit motivation, then you can earn up your living. If you lose, I don't think the debtors will come to you and then they will all collect their money from you and you'll be hot. So I advise most of the vendors to sell several papers so that they can live with it.
Victoria Entry shares a different perspective. Despite reduced sales, she notes that some loyal customers continue to purchase physical papers even after consuming the news online.
Now saying delegate started here, I would buy ACDC. Papers into Dwana de Koy ACDC. I'm at the Tony Chronicles of Koy ACDC. And so never 5 CDC. As I say, Chronicle Mum to Chronicle Mum. Oh my jai, today be am the return second. But your pedia, ope. And as the news we be monos or Yapadia.
For many readers, buying newspapers is becoming a relic of the past, with most opting for digital news platforms over visiting newsstands.
When was the last time you bought a newspaper?
It's like way back 90 minutes. It's around 2004, I think. Yeah.
Which newspaper was that?
90 minutes. I remember very well. 90 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, but what has caused you to, stop buying newspapers since 2000?
I mean, internet, the kind of social media. Now you have all the news, bloggers. So I mean, it's everywhere. So I mean, you wouldn't. It's not something you will go and buy. You don't even see them on the street selling like before. Before they used to sell in the traffic and that. But now we have your phone. You open your phone first thing. Oprah News. On Instagram, TikTok, there's news going on. Bloggers, everybody's preaching the news. And so, yeah.
When was the last time you bought a newspaper?
It's like way back 90 minutes. It's around 2004, I think. Yeah.
Which newspaper was that?
90 minutes. I remember very well. 90 minutes, yeah.
Okay, but what has caused you to, stop buying newspapers since 2000?
I mean... internet, the kind of social media. Now you have all the news, bloggers. So I mean, it's everywhere. So I mean, you wouldn't. It's not something you will go and buy. You don't even see them on the street selling like before. Before they used to sell in the traffic and that. But now we have your phone. You open your phone first thing. Oprah News. On Instagram, TikTok, there's news going on. Bloggers, everybody's preaching the news. And so yeah. I mean, it's not something that you do now. Yeah.
So is it that you will not even bother to go and buy newspaper any moment from today?
No. It's not something that I think this generation will do. It's not something that we will do. No.
Why?
Because of the internet. You take your phone, is there. What you see in the paper is there. Maybe you will not get it as detailed as it will be in the papers, but then you are informed on the internet. So yeah.
Okay. But is it that people have stopped reading, or is just that there is convenience when it comes to technology as compared with the print newspapers?
I think the reading bit too is a problem. The reading bit too is a problem. But then, for those who read, will read. When the news is on the internet too, to those who read, will read. That's why some of the bloggers or some of the captions you give on the internet, that's also gives you audience. Yeah. So yeah.
For now, it's getting outmoded, something like that. So
I don't give any mind attention to that, to stand and buy or stand and read and move. Yes, that's what I think. I don't get to read it as compared to first. Yeah, because now there's technology and stuff, so when you go online, you get to read from there. That's why you don't bother to get information from the newspaper no more. Yeah.
So, to you, you don't think buying a newspaper is important?
Yeah, for now, it's getting outmoded, something like that sort. So, I don't give any mind attention to that, to stand and buy or stand and read and move. Yes, that's what I think.
So how do you get your news?
From social media, online. Yeah, that's how I get my news.
So, well, okay. So there is an announcement by some of the papers that from Monday they are going to increase the prices. Do you think that, looking at the reading culture and all that, increasing the prices is the best way to go?
It's not really the best way to go. It might come as a result of maybe something else, but as to say increasing will make people come by to buy, it's a different agenda altogether. That's how I get it to be.
But looking at the declining rate of reading newspapers and the increment in prices, how do you see the relation?
I say for most workers, I would say it's declining, but for students going to school, they might get to read from the school. Whereby I say there are some news vendors who go around to sell. So I'm sure that's where students might also get to buy from, to read the information about.
A former editor of the Ghanaian Chronicle, Christian Latte, explains that rising production costs are driving the price hikes as publishers struggle to stay afloat.
It is pretty expensive buying newsprint, buying ink, paying for films and plates and the rest, and even paying for journalists and other production team. And in a nation where the foreign exchange keeps going down or keeps hiking, we have no idea when the trend would end and people can begin procuring newsprint at relatively cheaper costs so that the industry can be vibrant again.
Meanwhile, a check with some publishers in Accra Newtown shows that a 15 by 20 sized newspaper, which cost 1 cedis 50 pesos last year, now averages 2 Ghana cedis. With the Ghanaian Times announcing its new 10 Ghana cedis price, vendors fear that more publications will soon follow suit, worsening their sales woes. The traders say they will be compelled to find other sources to generate income, considering the announcement of the cover price of some newspapers. They are therefore calling on the government to implement measures that will curb the declining rate of the newspaper industry. For Channel 1 News, I am Daniel Udro Mensah.
Flooding has become a recurring problem in Accra and other metro cities in Ghana, with some of the most devastating incidents leaving a lasting mark on the city's history. One of the deadliest disasters, the June 3rd tragedy, claimed over 150 lives, destroyed properties, and displaced countless residents. As the rainy season approaches, one community that continues to bear the brunt of these floods is Alajo, a suburb in the Ayawaso Central Municipality. A visit to the area paints a grim picture of the destruction caused by the recurring floods. The walls of homes in the community are stained with watermarks, indicating the various levels floodwaters have reached over the years. For residents, these marks serve as painful reminders of years of devastation. Patience Owusu, a resident of Alajo, says she is forced to seek shelter elsewhere at the mere sound of rain.
If it is heavy rain, the flood got inside our room and everything spoiled.
So sometimes we all go outside there and stay at the Presbyterian church. After raining, if the flood go, then we come back at home. So sometimes a lot of our things spoil. Nobody has said anything about it. Every year we got flood. All this area, not our house, this house alone, and the house that's near the gutter. So they did that place, but from the bridge back here, there's no one did it.
Della Liativo also shared the devastating impact of the floodwaters, explaining that they seep into their homes through walls and floors, creating hazardous living conditions.
This flood issue have been occurring sometimes 3 years, 2 years in this area, and sometimes we have been facing severe damage. That some people have been having to lose their properties. So through this flood, one lady that's passed on some years back, and one of the MP said he wants to construct the gutter, but it's not yet done. But unfortunately, he's not the one in power now. We have a new MP. And what happened yesterday, I've spoken to the new MP about it. So he have told me about the decision that they have taken so far. So by next week, Wednesday, the hydro group will be here to see the problem right here. And also, the main problem is the bridge, the main bridge. Anytime it's rain, the water from Joey, from Medina, all of them passes through this place. So you see that there are lots of rubbish. That's plastic waste that will be passing through. Even if you look at the backyard, there are lots of plastic waste over there, polythenes and other things. But you are still waiting. This thing has been too long, and it has been a political issue. Complaining that this is NDC, this is MPP. For so many, I was born here more than 28 years now. We have witnessed this thing more than 28 years. But we are still praying that they will listen to us this time around, so that the way we are facing problems comes to an end. The gutter gets too much. The water gets too much in this area. That's why you see that you witness the one from the floor. And also the wall. You'll be in the room, you see the water coming out from the wall also. Yes. So you will not be aware where it is coming from. But due to the closest to the gutter,
you have to, gather your family and go outside the house and stay far away from the house. After the rain, then you come back. Before you come, everything in your room. So, even we don't have documents, certificates, nothing. Because of the flood. Nothing like paperwork or something. Nothing. Every year, we've been experiencing that. So right now we are calling on the government to come and do something about the bridge and the gutter. Those at the other end, theirs is quite okay because they've expanded the gutter. But over here, nothing. In the bridge too, the volume is too small. They have to at least raise the bridge a little bit, and it has to be something like a ramp, so that the cars can climb it. So we get the bigger volume, so that the water can free flow.
He is calling on the government to take urgent action to address the flooding situation.
It's supposed to go up a little bit, but the volume from Jowu and the other side coming, you see all the volume cannot take the water, and it's go back into various rooms and just in their houses and things. So like we want the government to reconstruct this bridge, and likewise the gutter, so that we can be free. We have been staying here since 1992 and been voting for party government go and come, and nothing changes.
In response to these concerns, Gideon Kwame Toklo, the municipal roads engineer for the Ayawaso Central Municipal Assembly, acknowledged the severity of the issue.
Ayawaso Central Municipal Assembly lie, and then Alajo in particular lie low in the flooding area. When it rains from Abelempe to our place, the local flooding occur around that area because of the low level of the town.
He stated that proactive measures such as the silting drainage systems are being undertaken in preparation for this year's rains.
And then there's a lot of education we give to them about we go to churches, we go to the mosques to educate them about how they should prevent flooding in their area, because a lot of them put bola into the drain and choking the drain. And as we as assembly, we have started to settle some of the areas so that we can prevent flooding in the area. Apart from that one, also we have spoken to Garage to construct a storm drain that link between Ayahuasca North, Ayahuasca West Wagon, which is a Belenke area, to Alaju, so that the water can be prevented. Apart from that one, also last year we put a relief covert at Ayahuasca Alaju Central, that when it's flood, the water can flow easily to the Onyasia drain. That's one of the intervention we have. We spoken to Garage, and they are doing the design. When they are done, that's when they will award the contract. Yes, the Nadmo department handled the helpline service, and they are always with them, and they always get in touch with them when there's a problem like this.
Additionally, safe shelters have been set up to provide refuge for affected residents.
That in case there's flooding, people can go there and keep them. They can be there for a meantime before rescue teams will come to serve them.
Mr. Toklo also emphasized ongoing efforts to educate the community on the causes of flooding and how residents can contribute to prevention efforts.
And then there's a lot of education we give to them about we go to churches, we go to the mosques to educate them about how they should prevent flooding in their area, because a lot of them put bola into the drain and choking the drain. And as we as assembly, we have started to settle some of the areas so that we can prevent flooding in the area.
The rains are here with us again, and for people living in Alaju, the rains bring fear and panic, and they are calling on the government to come to their aid to save lives and property. Reporting for Channel 1 News, I am Josephine Adum.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play,
He is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me ke man bi mo nya Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no ya ne. Meneke. Fe mo sha ko ba club me fe ke DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
It's time for the Swesco 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming. The dates, Friday 21st of March 2025 through till Sunday the 23rd of March 2025. Now on Friday at 10 a.m. at the school complex, How I Got There. At 1:30 p.m. at the forecourt of the school complex, alumni inter-houses Gary Soaking's experience. At 6 p.m. on campus, candlelight procession. At 8 p.m. at the school complex, alumni roll call and welcomes jam with the Kwampa Band. On Saturday at 8 a.m. at the Esther Hansen grounds, speech and prize-giving ceremony. At 1 p.m. the commissioning of the new Masters Flats. At 1:45 p.m. at the school complex, alumni all-year groups lunch. At 7 p.m. at the school complex, alumni dance party with Inchin Chin Band. Then on Sunday at 9 a.m., Thanksgiving service at the Esther Hansen grounds. It's the 66th anniversary celebrations and alumni homecoming of Swesco. Semper Cum Optimus, always with the best. And it was Sunday, the second day of Back to Your Village Food Festival. And as most Sundays do, it started on a worshipful note.
So it is Resurrection Sunday. You need to come and resurrect your palate.
That's right.
If you haven't done that all year, because I tell you, you can go from the south right to the north of Ghana, and there is something for you here.
And there were cultural displays.
So currently your shot, we have the Cocodium cultural troupe all the way from Ekropong. And this is, that was such a beautiful one. So this is Phantom From, where you have the drums, sounds from the drums, and sign language to communicate to people. So everything you see him doing there is a form of communication. Whatever they play, he has to interpret it. It could even be a prayer. So they can pray for him to interpret whatever they are playing.
Welcome to day 2 of the Back to Your Village Food Festival. I hope you had so much fun yesterday as much as I did. Okay, tell me, what are you doing at home right now? It's a beautiful Easter Sunday.
Why are you not here yet? Why are you delaying and coming down to the Back to Your Village Food Festival? It is a festival. Already we've spent some time this morning in worship with the city choir and all of that has been happening. And then we just had some beautiful from music that was going on as well. And so, listen, you are welcome. Come right now. However you get here, get here. And there was a festive procession full of color. From the outside of the AMA forecourt right through to here, and here as this is the Ejoje Namfa Fali dance ensemble, and they're going to be giving us a beautiful performance here. Now, this is the definition of culture. This is the definition of rich culture and a display. Of course, this culture that you see here that's being displayed is from the Mid-Volta area and the southern Togolese landscape. This is where they're from. It is originated around the 1950s. It's thought that this dance, was originally, crafted and brought about. Now, if you see there have various different kinds of sizes of drums. There are various instruments, and then of course the ladies were carrying these various baskets and calabashes on their head and so on. All kinds of things coming in here to come and assemble themselves as a typical festival, and they're going to be giving us a fantastic display right now. We're going to be enjoying some from them right here at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. But there was music.
memia no kesie. Vovlo pete 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 pete. Togwi oh. Mia milo. Kuse agbailo. Ae. Mia milo. Kuse agbailo. Ae.
And there was food.
Now, what do we have here at Chana Foods?
Well, first of all, I'm a queen mother of the Sin traditional area in the Upper West region, and I represent my people by promoting our local dishes. So here we have tumpani, we have dawa jollof, we have cocoa and kaha. Kaha is more like kose, but instead of the wet beans, we do it dry, and it's more healthier, and it has high fiber and high protein content as well. With the dawa jollof, we all know the importance of dawa. It's amazing. If you're hypertensive, diabetes, you have a cholesterol, dawa helps you through all of that. So I promote these foods and encourage every Ghanaian to try and eat made in Ghana good, especially our indigenous meals made in Ghana. From the Upper West region, we have all of this array of products.
Now, do you have some dawa jollof right here?
Yeah, it's
It's on
still on the fire.
a fire. Super. So what do we have here? What's this?
This is the tumpani I'm talking about.
Okay.
So you use the beans, and then it's more like beans dumplings, more or less. So you could have it with either soya, the pepper is here, and then you can have it with stew as well. And then just enjoy it. You can add a chicken to it. So this is the chicken that goes with the dawa jollof. And you can actually twerk it. Let's twerk our food to make it interesting. Let's eat Ghana, wear Ghana, and drink Ghana. It's amazing to be here.
All right. Hello. Hello.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
Okay, so what's your name, please?
Shamima.
Shamima, tell us, are you enjoying your cocoa?
Very much. Yes.
Now, what's different from this with the kaha compared to what you enjoy every day?
Actually, you can really, the northern flavor, you can really taste the northern flavor in this with the calabash as well. It's giving it the northern vibes, the aesthetics. Yeah.
Fantastic. I'm glad that you're enjoying this. All right, so what do you think about the festival in general?
Insightful, really good. We just hope to see it next every year. Yeah.
All right, so the competition is set. What are they cooking? They are cooking a very simple meal. They are cooking a very simple meal. They are cooking a very simple meal. Rice with egg stew. And Uncle Sia, hey, egg stew can say what you. Uncle Sia for a fanasa with some kelewele on the side. And we have Frightor, who are sponsors for this event. We have Fortune Rice, Emopa, who are also sponsors of this event. So they have to use the Frightor to prepare the egg stew. They have to use the Emopa to prepare the anwamo. They have some Dino tomato mix as well. Sponsors of this event, GB Foods. Yeah. So they'll also be giving us some really good one there on that side. And then we have Miss Cookie Spices. Miss Cookie Spices. We have the dry one. We have the wet one that will blend for you. Just keep it in your refrigerator. Osaya, not the IOs to do. Our judges will be on standby. How many of us watch what's cooking? So the tester general is in the house. Let's give him a shout. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, DJ, over to you whilst the cooking starts now. Your time starts now, ladies and gentlemen. So Boston says they have assorted kelewele. I never knew that I said anything called assorted kelewele. Kelewele with chicken.
I've been hustling in the morning. Girl, you the
Okay. Bars 2. Bars 2. You can serve it quickly, yeah? Quickly. Quick. Quick. We have the Soakings competition on standby as well. The finals of the Soakings competition. Alright, oh Basu. What's your story? Better Max. When you're quick. So you can serve 3 plates. You can serve 3 plates, Bas 1. Yeah, you can serve 3 plates. So when you can just hand it over to them. Alright. She must word. Chop my word. Cause I don't care. Hey.
Chop my money. Cause I don't care.
I go say I go under the tent. Go here. Move this way. Judges, please come to me. All right. All right, good. So Apioko, tell us, what were you looking forward to have? What are you looking for, and how's the experience been so far?
All right, so let me just give a disclaimer. Good afternoon, everyone. This year I was on bus 1, so I'm not scoring, but I'm going to tell you what we thought as a judging body. So we were looking for creativity in terms of the presentation, and then with the meal. Yes, it's rice and egg stew and kelewele, but did you get adventurous with it? Did you play around with it? Did you give us something different? Then we're also looking at the taste of the individual things, so the kelewele, the egg stew, the rice, but then when you eat all of them together one bite, what did it taste like? All right, so that's what we were looking for.
All right, so now, as a team of judges, can you give us in chronological order, starting from the bottom to the top, who came first from the bottom? Essentially, who was third on your list?
Well,
and this is the tester general himself.
So, third on our list is Bus 3.
Oh, Bus 3 edited. All right. Okay. We can meet in court. Let's meet in court. All right. And now
you see, in Ghana, no matter how you fry your kelewele, it has to look like my face, brownish.
Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
Yes, the yellow kelewele is not everybody. That aside, I think that the stew was too adventurous.
Okay.
Our liking. Okay, so the next is Bus 2.
Oh! At this rate, at this point, we are done. Thank you very much, judges. DJ, drop the tune for them. Oh, come and enjoy yourselves. Just come. Ah. All right. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you very much. All right. Pass one. Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Let's go. Let's go. All right. So we'll call Mr. Manime Sabosu to come and help us with the presentation. All right. So to join Mr. Mane to do the presentation for third place, Basti. All right. Thank you very much. This one there. Awo, Joe Sunday. Wanya, awo, Joe Sunday. All right. Frightor. Please face the camera. Please face the camera. All right. Okay. All right. Basu. We have 5 minutes more for this. Soakings finalists, please stand by. Soakings finalists, please stand by. All right. Basu. They came second place, synonymous to their bus number. So it's fine. We appreciate it, and it's okay. And then I heard from Frightor. Yeah, don't go, Frightor. Your presentation. And now, I want to hear the loudest roar ever. All right, from Frightor, Wilma Africa, we want to say thank you very much for sponsoring the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2024. It has been amazing, it's been beautiful, and we appreciate you for that. So yeah, thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with some crazy sound, let me hear it for Baswan! Alright, so Jimmy Foods, please do your presentation.
If you don't know, you don't know. Don't know, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know. Don't know, you don't know.
Hey. Hey. All right, and then Frightor. Please come with your presentation and your package. Frightor. Finalists for Soakings, please take your positions now. Congratulations to all participants of the Heritage Caravan. Now Soakings finals, please take your positions. Soakings finals. Glomana, are you on standby? Soakings finals. Okay. All reps, please stand by. The rules remain the same. In 2 minutes, please set a timer for me. Ladies and gentlemen, open your bottles of water. Down all the gari. Down all the sugar. No granules this time around. So, in 3, 2, 1, let's go.
I don't forget to stand up for some me. If you make just killing about them in life, you gonna do me and we take the bottle and I believe you can't be a manco. I've been a medem, I come with it. How many times I'm a bunch of myself?
All right. Okay, so there's spillage here. All right. So who was here? All right. No spillage. It's the finals. So we have to be as strict as possible. We can see some spillage here. We can see some spillage here. No spillage. Nothing. He used more than half of the water. We can see spillage here. He used everything, but we can see a cup of Gary in there. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have a winner already? Do we have a winner already? Let me know with a shout if I lift their hand. Is he the winner? Is he the winner? Is he the winner? Do we know a winner? All right. So congratulations, my brother. You've done very, very well. But we have packages for you. So please, officials. Yes. So Premier Dunyami is going to present the packages to you, to all our winners and our finalists. But then the winner is going to get the biggest or the lion's share. So ladies and gentlemen, he won. He won. He won. All right. All right.
Baby, you don't want to hear me. Baby, you don't want to see me. I take cars by the one by child. Even that. Wow, in case anything you could do, I won't pay. 3 ways, can you do your beatis? I guess I make your mouth. Come out to one day. Me a big boy, be a my bitch in a crown. I'm penny in Quadana. Me a me pass in the TikTok, go. You ain't no bro. La Pasto Yota.
All right, all right. Thank you very much to all our winners. Congratulations to you. We hope to see you next year. Represent and defend your title. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And there was dancing.
up with DSTV and we'll show up by giving you more incredible entertainment.
Going to have a little fun.
Upgrade your subscription between the 13th of January and the 31st of March and get an even higher package for a whole month on us.
Buckle up, here we go.
There's nothing better than putting a little bit in but getting a lot out.
Time to boost some office morale.
Incredible!
When you want to build a future, you gotta know what you want.
Step up and we'll show up on your home of entertainment, DSTV.
Ago.
This is Channel 1 TV. You're welcome to a celebration of our culture and Ghanaian music. Ama, Enikufi, how are you doing? And I hope marriage is treating you well. Well, this is where you find yourselves now. Now you are no longer children. Life is what you make of it. Nanam Pedu once said, Obra, any warabo, or si oya abofrano. Nane ho pray no so obeye panyi. Then so obeye panyi no who say abrabo enafom. If your marriage will work, it depends on both of you. Whatever will happen, you are responsible for that. Fise obra any warabo. Inchinchim obra.
Na me oda seni, be fa
be them wo. And so good ye some share. One cry nobody when you go. When you ma boka sembi. Enti wani fro bisio now be rani warabo. Kumasi mini obra ene waro. Obra obra bravo ebe. Obra ene waro. I Kofia branche.
Well, so now you've heard what Nana Mpedu is saying. Obra ene warabo. Now that you're a married woman, you should also know
for staying with us all day today. We've been bringing you live updates from the Ashanti regional capital, Kumasi, where a fire has gutted the central business district in Adum. Currently, as we speak, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, John Dramani Mahama, has made his way to Adum to observe firsthand what the situation is. So let's take you there, back to the Ashanti region, and bring you live pictures. Our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, Hafiz Tijani, is still on the beat, and he joins us now. Hafiz, so tell us, the president we see in short has arrived. Just run us through what is happening.
Okay, so President John Dramani Mahama has just arrived here after an official assignment from Nkawie. He came straight to the fire scene here. So he's currently taking briefing from the fire officers, the regional fire commander, and also the fire PRO and other officers from the Ghana National Fire Service. The president is with the Ashanti regional minister and other government appointees who are currently here to assess the situation. The president came here to get a briefing get the understanding of what has happened. You know, the regional minister in the morning was here to also go around the places to assess what has happened here. But fire officers are still continuing with their efforts to ensure that the situation is brought under control completely. But the president has come here. The leadership of the fire officers had to go and give him the necessary briefing of what has happened, and so far what they have done as far as the fire containment effort is concerned.
We see a number of people with him. Are you able to identify them and tell us who they are?
Okay, Nana, because of the crowd, we have stood at a place we can get very good shots and maybe do our work conveniently. I have seen Stan Dogbe from where I stand, and some other officers from the presidency, but I'm not able to see through who are with the president. But I can see also Stan Dogbe and the Ashanti regional minister who are with the president.
But from the region, are there any notable faces? I see the Volta regional minister also there, James Gunu, also there.
Yes, I'm trying to identify some of the key personalities in there, but it's not so easy from where I stand.
Very well.
But Nana, even as the president is here, you could hear the blast, the explosion we've been reporting since morning in that particular building, where fire is still in that building, as fire officers make more efforts to contain the situation. But the president is here. He's currently taking briefing from the Ghana National Fire Service to at least have a first-hand information about the incident, what is happening currently. Okay,
so it looks like the briefing has just ended.
The regional, Yes, it has ended. So the president is walking away from the car park here. We are not able to say if the president is going back to his vehicle or has been taken to the main building where the fire started. I think that is the direction where the president is heading towards. And you can see the crowd cheering.
The crowd
loud,
there, yes.
Cheering, loud crowd, loud cheers from the crowd. And you can see the security operatives trying to protect the president, trying to make some way for the president.
Well, Hafiz Tijani, our Middle Belt Bureau Chief, bringing us live pictures from Adum in the Ashanti region, where His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has visited the fire scene. We saw the president taking a briefing from the head of the Ghana National Fire Service in the region. And of course, so we're seeing that he's being escorted to his vehicle now. We're not sure whether he's being taken to another part of the market that has been affected by the fire. Also, Hafiz tells us that the building which we reported on earlier, where the explosion was happening, still has fire ravaging through it, and there's still more explosions ongoing there. And so His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the President of the Republic, after attending to an official assignment in Nkawie, also within the Ashanti region, has visited the scene of the fire incident, has received a briefing from the Ghana National Fire Service, and is currently being escorted to his vehicle. And you can see how he's been mobbed by the crowd who are cheering. We could hear the loud cheers there. He was in the company of the Ashanti Regional Minister, Dr. Frank Amwakunhene. We also saw the likes of Broja Jemfi. We saw the Volta Regional Minister James Gunu, Stanislav Dogbe, and a host of others all with him there. This is Channel 1 Television. We're looking to bring you more updates on this. And so you might want to stay right here with us. As that when we have the updates, we will bring them to you live here on Channel 1 Television. I am Nana Tufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Now that you're a married woman, you should also know that still men will have eyes for you. Some will even tell you that leave your husband and come to them. Yeah, Uti. A big crab catcher say, Jawariye Nientrimpna. Kwame Asari and the Kumasi trio have a song that talks about a certain lady Yamponsa who is married, but the men come to him that Yanya Warrior Nientrimpna Fisanu Wefe Nichini Tisesricha Homa. The hair is like silk thread, but you know that this is the man you have chosen, and so you stay here. Injinchim.
Jawari, Brahman Chimpana. Oh, Pamponse, Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Pamponse, Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Pamponse, Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Yamponse, Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Ọba Ponce America na Senia. Tuntum Brody. Ọba Ponce Jawari o. Uchi to the switch mama. We number to the engineer. Ọba Ponce Jawari o. Hey, Jayo. Ọba Ponce Jawari. Mr. Bawarinti. Yeah.
Yamponse Jawari. Yamponse Jawari. Jawari o. Jawari o. Yamponse Jawari. Jawari o. Jawari o. Yamponse Jawari. Beku. Awari ebeku, Yamponse Jawari.
Oh, God.
Awari ebeku, Yamponse Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari.
Yamponse Jawari. Jawari o. Jawari o. Yamponse Jawari.
Now you know something. A time will come that you'll be frustrated. Life is not all rosy. If you're not careful, you will give up. There's another song from Nana Kwame Ampedu that says, Mose minya meko amo mamboadro. Fise mi huni amaye enso de oni bia yeseme. So if you find me to be the troublesome one, I will leave, so you have your peace of mind. But you must always ensure that come what may, you will stay to fight, to conquer. This we will not say that Mose menya meko amo mamboadro. Obetinim na waye na ye. Right?
And you may yet Edu, Animonyam. Nana baby. Intrima, Onanano, Wafa Senumso. Yawaha, yet was so.
Mimi mana amane chebe Mimi mana au kapsat amana we yeah amana we mami mana oh hey na warrior mami mana oh let's go hey
Yama Ebia, Yabaka wasam, and Sumi Uni Amayo. Yama Ebia, Yabaka wasam, and Sumi Uni Amayo. Beda ye ni Sumino. Yeah, association, Oman Boajo. Association, Oman Boajo. Nasamika Nasamutia, Messimako. Osiminya Mako, Nago, Nadebina Bobeka in you. Yeah, association, Oman Boajo. Yeah, association, Oman Boajo. Hey. Amana we, amare. Hey, okay. Amana we, amare. Amana we, hey. Amanaya, Shebe, hey.
I'm sure that you are convinced that whatever it is, no matter the accusations that you face, you stay right here. Because look at your beautiful wife. There's a song called Anti-Christy. Now this song was written by Joe Asen. You will know him, station master, because when he was very active, you were very, very, very young. But he did this for the Ramblers. And Anti-Christy talks about the beautiful woman. Osi Anti-Christy, when you are me as a kum, and then if I won't sabbat to mukum, if it's a witchy, wow, look at your beautiful wife. What the legendary cool. So you have nowhere, you stay right here. Anti-Christy.
Anti-Christy, when Mama has a rumbo, a rabbi Christy, one anti-Ezra. Baby, Christy, I'm Sabbath to me, now wait, you easy as a rumbo, baby. Now, baby, Christy, I'm Sabbath to me, now wait, you easy as a rumbo, baby. Anti-Christy, when Mama has a rumbo, a rabbi Christy, 1 and 2 years around. Baby, Christy, I'm Sabbath to me, I wait you easy as a rumbo, baby. Now, baby, Christy, I'm Sabbath to me, I wait you easy as a rumbo, baby. sabe to me kwemo. I wait you easy. As you come by, baby. Baby, you see it. I'm sabe to me kwemo. I wait you easy. As you come by, baby.
We have such a great culture. See how Ghanaian music is so beautiful. The lyrics, the rhythm, this is what defines us. Now this one I'm going to talk about is very similar to Auntie Christy. Amabunsu. In fact, this you should get up and admire your beautiful wife and admire your man right here. Amabunsu. Wonkomona mamintumena. Alomo Shronye swinging safari. We should see you do that beautiful dance. This is another one from Ramblers and Jerry Hansen.
I'm a boss way. Oh, I'm a no.
Wow, this is authentic Ghanaian music. Inchinchim, ya damwasi. Amani Kofi, ya mama wariso. And to you, thank you very much for joining us. We believe that we rekindle your love for authentic Ghanaian music. Till we come your way again, I'm Frima Edunyame. Thank you and goodbye.
Ago. Ago.
welcome to another episode of our on-air series here on Heritage Month 2025. My name is Bernard Avile. We're looking at people of historical significance, and today we're looking at two important personalities from the Greater Accra region, Alfred J. Okanse and Augustus Molade Akinwumi. My guest is our historian and, of course, writer Kweku Dako Ankra. Stay with us.
Ago.
Sugar laundry and cleaning service. We take off residential and commercial laundry and cleaning services. So for the laundry, we wash, press, fold, and dry clean, carpet cleaning, power robes, sofas, bags, wedding gowns, suits, jackets, etc. We do general cleaning for households and institutions who are moving in and out of their homes. We are equipped, we are convenient, we are affordable, and we have a state-of-the-art laundry room that takes care of all your needs. Contact us today on 0598 02 4224 as well as 0241 815733. Remember to reach us on our social media platforms at Sugar Laundry and Cleaning Service on Facebook, Instagram, and also on Google. Sugar Laundry and Cleaning Services, always at your side.
Welcome back. So today we're looking at people of historical significance from the Greater Accra region, and my guest Kweku Dako Ankra. We're starting off with Alfred J. Okanse, not to be confused with the broadcaster. We're talking about a man who did a lot for the media.
That is his relative.
I won't be surprised because Alfred Okanse hosts a show on TV3, and you can tell that he's coming from a certain lineage.
Yeah.
So who was Alfred J. Okanse, the original Alfred J. Okanse?
So Alfred J. Okanse was a huge personality in the Gold Coast. He was not only a merchant prince, his grandfather was a merchant prince, his great-grandfather was a merchant prince. They started the businesses on the coast. And his grandfather even had a book. He wrote about his experiences as a businessman when he went to England and stayed there. So this is a person from a big-time elite. And he was involved in businesses, gramophone. You know what is called gramophone? Takwa machine. He used to play songs. He was also into auctioneering. He was also into newspaper